Alright. I think the volume on that is good. It's been a while since we've used Spotify or anything of the likes. I also have my headset volume all the way down. Excuse me. I forgot Oh, hi. Hello. Hi guys, it's Cheese Mingo, not Cheese Wedge. Hi, hello. I'm also really sorry if this is like the first stream you've ever caught of me. For anyone that might be like lurking around at the moment. Because I know we had a few people follow like since my last stream, like when I was like offline, I got follows. And they have not seen a cheese stream. Um, because I have not been live, so I do apologize if this is your first cheese stream. It is going to be a little disappointing in a way. Um, because today's stream is just going to be talking about why I haven't streamed. Um, I definitely, well, I didn't really want to make this. I kind of just wanted to be in hiatus and stay in hiatus. Without needing any question or without needing to give any reason. Because I feel like that's how it should be. But there was sort of a part of me that wanted to be transparent about it all. So that's what we're gonna do here. And then this is also going to kind of outline the the rest of my stream schedule, really for like the rest of the year. It seems like. Um, I'll explain a little bit more in a bit, but as of right now, the TLDR is that I am still trying to take some time away from streaming and everything. Just focusing on life, other IRL priorities, and just trying to find the spark in streaming again to where it doesn't feel like an obligation or something I have to do. Um, and rather streaming becomes something fun and entertaining, a way to hang out with friends. That doesn't feel like too much effort. I also do apologize. I'm gonna keep the chat and emote only while we go, like kind of through everything. Um, it's nothing against you guys. I just want to get through like all of my thoughts in one go without necessarily being interrupted by questions. So I hope you guys can understand that. I will turn emote only off after I kind of finish things up, and then you guys can feel free to ask me any questions. I can recap certain parts if you've missed it, um, or you can just go back to regular chatting. I'm not quite sure if I want to do anything after this yap session. I am kind of tired, so if I'm feeling up for it, I might. I was considering doing some Borderlands today just to kind of go back into things and see if I can. My goal was to go back in to take out Bloomreaper on true UVHM 6, which I know last time we did that it was really bad. Um, However, I did get Bloomreaper. I did a platinum finish on Bloomreaper true UVHM 6 level 50, because that is a statistic now. I did it offline. I have the recording, but I was listening to music and the music saved to that recording, so I can't show you guys without getting some sort of DMCA strike. So I'm just gonna do it again, or might do it again. I have no idea. Because the other thing with Borderlands 4, we just got the first story pack, the first big DLC. And we've since had the Stone Demon what's it called? Bounty pack, so it's a little bit of a mini DLC. We had that drop. Story pack was today, and then Stone Demon was like a month ago, beginning of March, end of February. I forget when. It's where I've been on hiatus for a minute. Everything's kind of blurred together. So I would like to, try that out, but I also want to see some reviews on the DLCs and everything. I know we have some stuff out for Stone Demon already. Um so I can kind of peruse that. I just haven't really had time to. And then I want to like the story pack 1, Mad Alien, The Vault of the Damned. That literally just dropped today. Content create like even the content creators are still playing through it. So I want to let them do their job, you know, get through the DLC and then give me a review to know whether or not it's worth my $15 or not, or however much it is. Because I ideally I would like to save a little bit of money, considering I have not been good at spending it. Um, so yeah, that's our game plan. We're gonna life and stream update, and then we're gonna, if we have time and if we have energy, do something else. We could also just do TCG Card Shop Simulator. It might be easy enough. But yeah, welcome on in for those of you who are getting here. For those of you who don't know me, my name is not Cheese Wedge or Cheese. Um, I was streaming more consistently at the start of 2026, and I did a pretty good job of streaming last year. If you're coming in from the VoD channel, I have been streaming for 5 years, or just about 5 years. I believe it'll be 6 in November. 6 years of streaming, which is crazy. We are coming up on the 5-year affiliate anniversary in June. Just gonna put some perspective in. Um, and I only say that because I really don't know if I will continue. Well, I would like to try and continue streaming going forward. Like, I would like to put in some effort to actually do a stream or play some games and hang out with people. Like, I don't want to completely drop this off the face of the earth. But at the same time, the past 2 months, I think it's been 2, maybe 1. I genuinely don't know. The past month or so has just been really, really difficult for me, and I have considered quitting stream a number of times. Um, and it's not pretty over here in the mind of Not Cheese. Um, we've pushed through it before. We've taken hiatuses. We've found the light again, and hopefully we can once more. But as of right now, I kind of want to take some. I wanted to take some time away from stream, um, to kind of kick things off. With like the why take a hiatus. I feel like I shouldn't necessarily need to explain this. I do feel like within streaming, you do need to eventually take breaks every now and then, whether it's like a short one or a long one. Um I did hit one of those points. I feel like sometimes it happens like once a year. Um but this one feels, no, it's about once a year. Um so the main kind of reasoning for the the hiatus like so suddenly was just overall like game burnout. If you guys remember, if you were watching me before the hiatus, I was doing Date Everything, TCG Card Shop Simulator I had picked up after finishing quite a few other games, and also Borderlands 4, and really just Borderlands in general. Um, so things were going good with those games, and they're all great games and everything. Um, just my issue was I was not really enjoying it the way I should have been. Um, and you guys gotta forgive me. I'm also like kind of reading off of a script that I wrote, I think 5 times over. So I might bounce back and forth between some of those notes. But I think the big one was Date Everything. Like again, it's nothing against this game. It's a fantastic game. It's very, very well crafted. Very worth your time. However, I I felt like I was losing interest in the game. Um, and then just kind of I felt very overwhelmed by some of the quest lines. So I don't even know. Do I even want to like? Because I spoiled a number of different items for myself. But I particularly remember like looking at Arma's quest line and the trauma that's involved in that was a lot to take in. But I kind of in looking at that and like learning about everything, I kind of felt like I had to put in a ton of effort to make sure things go like okay for the sake of Arma. Um like I didn't want to fuck that up. Another really a really involved one was what was it? Florence and Celia, because first off, those are two characters you have to interact with like in tandem. Um but there are several ways to approach that quest line, specifically with Florence, depending on like which other datables you know. And there's different ways you can resolve the conflict. And I genuinely like looked at it and I'm like, I don't even know, like, do I want to go out of my way and meet other people to solve this conflict? Do I want to just go through the perspective that I have? Um it was definitely a lot. Um Also, did that come through? I thought I had muted my alerts, but also thank you for the resub. I genuinely I'll come back to that. I'm trying to stay focused here. Okay, so we were yeah, I was super burned out on Date Everything. I kind of equate it to how I felt with Cooking Companions and then Needy Streamer Overload. Those are again two great games. Um but I also just I couldn't justify putting in the effort to go the extra mile in those games. Um and whether it was burnout or just lack of interest, I didn't feel comfortable playing those games. And what made like these three games particularly bad for me was, along with the not wanting to stream or play them, is I felt obligated to do so. And that just tore me down. So like when I wouldn't stream Date Everything, or when I had to like cancel a Date Everything stream, I felt bad because like I know there are some of you guys out there that are expecting that content, or like, anticipating when I'll finish my playthrough or whatever. Um I know there's, people who are like looking to see my perspective. So I get that, but also at the same time, like, this is like, it's my stream. I kind of choose what I what I want to do, and I would like for it to stay that way. And I don't want to have this like back feeling, like this feeling in the back of my head where I need to do something specific, one that I particularly am not as comfortable doing. Um so with Date Everything, I just wanted to kind of rip the band-aid off and just not play it for a hot minute. I don't know if we'll get back to Date Everything, full honesty. Again, I've been kind of enjoying my time outside of it. I might, I might do like an offline playthrough, or finish my playthrough offline, or watch someone else play it to see what's going on. But again, I don't know if we'll get back to Date Everything just yet. Um, the other kind of big problem game, ironically, and I say ironically because we might be playing it today, was Borderlands. At the time of starting the hiatus, it was definitely bad trying to do true UVHM 6 Bloomreaper. I felt like that really, like, I think we were already pushing the limits of Borderlands 4 in terms of like my personal interest and how much I was enjoying it, but I think true UVHM 6 was a mistake. That stream was kind of bad for me. Um Although I do thank everyone that was there to support me and just watch and lurk around for that stream. I don't know what you saw in me struggling, but thanks for sticking around, I guess. But yeah, that was like the straw that broke the camel's back for Borderlands 4, along with the fact that we weren't really at the moment getting content updates, we weren't getting meta shifts or any significant nerfs, buffs, or changes. And other than Stone Demon DLC and Vault of the Damned DLC with the release of Cash and level 60 level cap right now instead of level 50, there's still not really a lot going on in Borderlands 4, and that frustrates me as a fan. Um, like, I know I can only. I was talking about this with Matt the other night. Um, like, I understand that there are people at Gearbox that are like putting forth genuine effort in trying to do what's best for the game within the constraints that Gearbox and 2K have set up, like, the higher leadership, and trying to meet certain deadlines with lack of resources, yada yada, and they're literally trying their best, and the community just tears them up. And I understand that. But I also think the community is right to do so in a way, at least to some degree, because these are like AAA companies. Like, I paid what, like $80, 70, $80 for Borderlands 4, and we're just now getting our first DLC like today. What was it's like 6 months into the game, almost? Not 6 months. Actually maybe it is, cuz this is November, or not November. We got Borderlands 4, or yeah, Borderlands 4 dropped like second week in September. It is now the end of March, and we only now today got our first big story DLC. Whereas you compared to Borderlands 3, granted a completely different time with a completely different team, um the, what is it? Like, Borderlands 3 had all of this, I think, by Christmas time. Like, when when we hit the end of 2019, we already had Handsome Jackpot DLC. We already had Maliwan Takedown. We had a bunch of meta shifts as well. Um, Borderlands 4, we're still waiting for a meta shift. We're still waiting for a takedown as well. And we have, what, two bounty packs that were supposed to suffice, which to a degree I feel like have not. I'm still kind of waiting to hear thoughts on the new DLC. I know it is like, I'm very excited to see, Mancubus back. Ellie's supposed to be back. We're supposed to be seeing the return of Doll and Scav. Pickle's supposed to be back, which is insane. Supposed to be a lot of changes. We have the level 60 level cap increase, which will hopefully introduce new skill points for new meta shifts. I don't know if the meta will shift at all, but the TLDR here is that Borderlands 4, it needs to do a little bit more sooner. Like, last month needed to have done something more. And it's lost my interest. And I have not been playing Borderlands 4. I think I played one night just to, like, because I was bored. And then immediately the next day they introduced the loot event, where right before the level cap, which is so intentional, right before the level cap, they increased the spawn chance of loot enemies, and they did so where every single enemy you encountered in Borderlands 4, outside of a couple exceptions, was a loot enemy. So you would be getting literal maps full of legendaries, which was some people argue that, that's not good. I think it was great. I was having a good time for about 2 or 3 hours. And then I spawn into the game to do another run, and like no loot enemies spawn. I think I might have gotten one. And I was like, this is not supposed to happen. And I go to Twitter. Twitter's not really saying anything. The next day they post like, hey, we realized our event was a little too crazy. So now the more you play this event, the less you're going to see it. I'm like, Gearbox. For the first time in like a month, I've been having fun with Borderlands 4 and like enjoying the grind for loot. And you take that fun. Not only do you decrease it like suddenly, but you also decrease it in a way where it inhibits or I should say prohibits is the word. It prohibits people actually playing the game. Like the mentality I would approach this with is that you want more people to be playing your game more often. So wouldn't a better system be, hey, the event starts off kind of small, you get like one loot enemy, and the more you play or the more challenging you scale up, the higher the difficulty, more enemies spawn. And that entices people to play for longer and, attempt to do the grind for longer, rather than they flipped it to where if you play the event for 2 hours, you basically max it out. The event ends at after the 2 hour mark, and then people are going to be like, oh, okay, if it's not happening anymore, then I'm going to stop playing. And then your player count shoots back down, which is pretty bad considering Borderlands 4's player count is already really far down. I don't know how it's changed today, but I don't know. I really, as a fan of Borderlands, I really am concerned for this specific installment and just the franchise in general. Because I feel like there's such a high expectation for this game and it's not being met, regardless of if the expectation was unreasonably high or not. But yeah, I was not happy with Borderlands. I was not enjoying my time playing Borderlands or streaming it. And especially in the sense that like where I was at in Borderlands, I wasn't starting a new character. I was still trying to refine my first, which maybe that's a mistake, but I felt like any Borderlands stream I could do that wasn't involving new content that I had to pay for, would just be the same old like, hey, we're gonna farm the same boss for 3 hours straight, hoping we get the right piece of gear. And I don't think that's entertaining. So I wanted to move away from that. The third game that was in rotation for this stream, we'll move past Borderlands now. The third game was TCG Card Shop Simulator. And for those who have talked to me in the past month, you may know I am a little obsessed with this game. So when did I get this game? I purchased TCG Card Shop Simulator January 30th of this year. And since then, I have logged 146.1 hours. Since the last time I played it, which was... When the fuck did I play it last? Oh, last played March 23rd. There it is. So yeah, I played earlier this week. I think while I was on call with Matt. So I think it's safe to say I really like TCG Card Shop Simulator. So you may be wondering, geez, why not just stream TCG Card Shop Simulator? I mean, isn't that a good solution to, not wanting to stream? And yeah, I probably should. The issue that, lies within TCG Card Shop Simulator is that I had the save I was doing on stream, and then I started another save to play offline. And that save has gotten significantly more attention. Um, and I've built it up a lot better, in my opinion, compared to the stream one. And now all I want to do is play the offline save. It's like I did a little bit of farming off stream, or a little bit of mining, Minecraft reference, sorry. Did a little bit of mining off stream, and now I have like 12 stacks of diamonds. That kind of moment. And all I really want to do is play that offline save, even if it's just, kind of rinse repeat days, just, selling product, restocking it, doing slow upgrades, etc., etc. And I didn't feel like the transition from that last TCG Card Shop Simulator stream would be good to like go to like a new fully fledged out save where I have like $60,000 in savings, 200 in-game days completed versus like the maybe 10 or 20 I have in my stream save. I just felt like there was a huge disconnect there and it didn't feel appropriate to stream. So TCG Card Shop Sim became my offline game, and I prefer to keep it that way at this moment in time. To move on, I do also have other new games that I could try. I know I wanted to look at Moros Protocol. I know Rat Shaker has been getting quite a few updates. I didn't really look at any of those yet. Mouthwashing I have as well. I've talked about a few others kind of in the mix of that. However, I just didn't feel comfortable starting up a new game. Sort of like in the sense of like how Date Everything was going. I didn't want to start a new game and have it like flop instantly. And I didn't want to have that kind of emotion to deal with. I also just didn't feel great about streaming in general. Like when I thought about streaming, whether it was in relation to the games that I was burnt out on or not, I just didn't feel 100%. Like there were a lot of days I just took off entirely because I was either wanting to sleep, I was exhausted, or I just hated myself too much. I didn't feel like putting myself out here, I should say. Out here in the stream world, versus like other days. Like I wasn't really comfortable with that. I also felt like with the game specifically, like what I was saying with Borderlands, I feel like it wasn't really worth my time to stream. Especially if it's like farming. Like it's the same boss kill that takes like 30 seconds for 3 hours straight. God, that sounds so miserable. Why do people watch Borderlands content? And yeah, it was overall not enjoyable. I will also add, I didn't put it in my notes for today because I literally I took like 10 minutes to like write up some notes before today's stream. I didn't remember to put it in, but another reason I've wanted to kind of stay away from streaming is making clips. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I've talked about this before a number of times. And I do stress that if you guys ever, and I mean ever, see anything funny on this stream or anything worth clipping, anything sus, or you just accidentally hit the clip button, don't panic. Don't apologize. Like, please clip something. Okay, something reasonably. I don't want to have to be like filtering through like someone spamming the clip button over and over again. But another big part of why I didn't want to stream is because I knew I would have to go back and watch my own VoDs just to learn that there was nothing in my eyes worth, highlighting from that stream that I couldn't already achieve by posting the VoD to YouTube, where I have clips turned off, so so I can't do my work over there at whatever pace I want to, which I should probably fix. But yeah, just the dread that would set in from thinking about having to sit down and watch like a 4 to 6 hour VoD was not good. And then to do so on a time like dilemma, because I don't have Twitch Turbo yet. I don't really want to get Twitch Turbo either. But because I don't have Twitch Turbo, my VODs expire on Twitch after 2 weeks, meaning that I had 2 weeks to sit down and watch the VOD back and make clips. And you think, 2 weeks is enough to get through 6 hours of a stream. While I'm working and while I'm also trying to stream myself, like I can't do 3 streams a week, work 3 days a week, and also find time to take care of life things and then go back and watch my streams over again. I mean, sometimes I can if I like lock in, but then I'm staying up like way late or so much later than I should be, which is another thing I'll hopefully come back to. I would like to readjust my sleep schedule, as bad as it will probably stay. And I know there are other jobs out there that demand significantly more from from them compared to streaming, but I was not comfortable, going back through my VODs to attempt to find clips. Because how it ended up like recently, it's just been like I watch the 6-hour VOD and I get nothing out of it. Like I don't find anything I think is funny. I don't find anything that's worth clipping. No cool moments. So it just felt like a wasted 6 hours. And kind of wasted residual time. Like I could have been doing something like anything compared to that. So yeah, that was really keeping me, like, even now, like I'm hoping that nothing happens in this stream where I would want to go back and clip it. Because I literally I want to get this stream done and then never worry about it again until like, I go to upload it to YouTube, which I'm hopefully I'll handle tomorrow at the latest. But I don't want to come back to this VOD. I want everything to like be in the moment. And that's like the clip making isn't even like talking about like actually sitting down to edit clips, because I know that was one of my New Year's resolutions and I have not done shit. The last edit that I posted on Instagram, !socials, if you actually, I don't even think you guys can type that. Sorry, I forgot you're in emote only. You can stay up to date with the socials there. I can't promise you they will actually be up to date. But the Instagram, the last reel I posted is the last thing that I edited. And I have not sat down to edit anything more. I literally have stuff dating back like 3 years that I've wanted to edit. Quote, wanted to. And I just have not had the enthusiasm, the drive, the mental fortitude or something, whatever, to like sit down and actually like edit things. And I know that's like, something I have to work on. And it's why I made it a New Year's resolution. But I don't know, when you kind of hate streaming, you don't really want to do anything stream related. So that's that. That's the stream side of the hiatus. That was definitely kind of the big reason I took a step back from Twitch in general. The other side of it is that I just felt awful IRL. I was not like I don't want to like say I have depression. I mean, I have my moments of depression. But like in terms of like clinical, like diagnosable depression, I don't want to say that I have that because I'm not a doctor. I don't want to self-diagnose myself. But I also feel like I've been through burnout enough times for it to actually have been a thing. Um, and then there's just like been a number of things happening IRL with me. A lot of things that I don't necessarily want to get into, but I will try to like scratch the surface a little bit just for your understanding. There were a number of situations within like the past month, like more individual situations where I just felt like an asshole for no reason. Well, I know the kind of reason. Um, whether it was more justified or not is whatever. And I didn't feel okay about myself in those moments. Like when I had hashed a couple of these back to Matt, our glorious Matt does. He was like, "Yeah, I feel like you were right to be upset in that situation, and you're not necessarily like, you know, maybe the response was a little harsh, but you know, kind of reasonable." Um, but in my head, I still felt like an awful person, and it's sort of along the lines of how I say, like, please don't subscribe to me because I don't feel like I'm worth your $5 every month. I'm looking at you, Chris. What the fuck? Not to call you out, but like, goddamn. Um, but yeah, it's like stuff like that where, you know, just like sometimes the way I handle situations or just the the bluntness I have to me, like being super direct, or like say I make like a joke and it's a little bit more on the, I don't want to say like offensive. Like I don't tell like super offensive jokes, but like if I say something wrong, it kind of gets to me. Like if it doesn't like land the right way as a joke, I'm wondering like, oh, did I like, was I not supposed to have said that? Yeah, something along those lines. It definitely like feeling like an awful person expands beyond that. Um, like I know, the one, situation I guess I can explain. Um, I was, driving my brother somewhere after an event, and I was at, I was in the left turn lane, and we had a green arrow. Car in front of me was not moving, like the lead car, and I'm like, I do my honk to get them to move, like, hey, light's green, you can go. They're still not moving, and I know I'm gonna miss my light, so I give another honk, and they're still not going. And then they do finally realize and they go, and I, already being frustrated with other things, now being frustrated by this person not moving. When I get the chance to speed around them, I speed around them into a red light that I don't go through because I obey the traffic laws and everything. But like I speed around because I don't want to be stuck behind this person. And then my brother comments, "Oh, that's so and so from the event that we just were at." And I'm like, "God damn it. Now someone's going to know that I'm just kind of not the best driver or an impatient driver." And I felt really bad because, like, whatever. And I literally, like, for the rest of that day, had to try and get past that specific feeling of, like, oh, damn, maybe I shouldn't have honked twice and sped around this person. Um, so it's like things like that. There's a couple other situations, like, that came up that were kind of equally making me feel as bad, that I would not like to, kind of discuss just because I don't have like as many details. I think if anything, it's just really the sense of I only have my perspective, and I kind of need to hear the other side in order to figure out if I'm the asshole or not. And I'm unable to hear that perspective, which sucks. I've also just kind of to move on from that. I've been super stressed out with a lot of life things, and like bigger life things. So I kind of hinted on it, I think, in this stream. I hint on it a lot. I'm bad with money. You guys know I like shoes. and I maybe have a lack of control with acquiring shoes. That has not gotten any better. I know one of my resolutions was to try and buy better shoes, but also try and get rid of some and not spend as much money. And while I've definitely been buying better shoes, like the shoes that I've gotten so far this year, I'm very, very happy with, very satisfied. There's a number of, I don't want to call them grails, but like really special shoes that I've managed to get that I'm very happy with, and I couldn't be happier. Um, but at the same time, I also feel like I've still been buying too much. And again, that's why I say like please don't like subscribe or don't. Like I was considering like, hey, if you get like putting out a message saying like, hey, if you guys feel inclined to do so, all donations are greatly accepted, all subscriptions, all bits, yada yada. And I just my morals still stay where like I can't stop you guys from doing that, but I also don't feel right accepting it because I'm just going to use it improperly. And I would rather you guys either save your money or put your money towards a better, or not, maybe not like a better, but like someone who's like equally as deserving or even more deserving than me. Like put your funds towards that streamer rather than me, because you're going to get more value and more satisfaction out of doing that than Cheese buys another pair of shoes. And don't donate just to go against that. Like I would like to not have to deal with, like, hey, someone's, gifting me something because they believe that I'm deserving of it, and I'm going to then, instead of like investing it back into stream or using it to support myself, spend it on something I really don't need. Like that's my mentality. And I hope you guys understand that. But yeah, money has just not been my strongest like, you know, thing lately. Taxes is also another kind of stressor because we're in tax season now. I did file my taxes. I do have to pay, although I don't have to pay as much as I thought I did, which I'm very happy about. That stress is out of the way. Beyond that as well, I have talked about this before. I have been kind of struggling with work. If not with work itself, the process of going into work and looking for a job. And that kind of like breaks off into those two different categories. So I do currently have a part-time job. I am a caretaker, to put it lightly, or just to kind of broaden it. And I was like a backup caretaker. So my client was, like had another caretaker, and I was supposed to be the secondary person where I work really just on Mondays, and then, some of the evening, events that my client does. And that has now recently shifted completely. The primary caretaker for my client is no longer available, with the exception of Sundays or like Saturday Sundays, because they got a new job. So now I have to work the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Well, I was already working the Monday, but I now have to work the Wednesday, Friday. The first person was working, so I have to pick that up, and I have to completely redo my entire schedule. I had to get a gym membership because my client likes to go to the gym. Well, correction. I didn't have to get a gym membership because I can go as a guest with my client, thank God. But I still have to like get into that schedule of going to the gym, which is a pretty large hump to get over. Like that was kind of stressing me out a lot. It still is stressing me out a lot to like try and set up a schedule where I feel it's appropriate for what I'd like to get out of going to the gym. So I have that, just, work basically picking up. But at the same time, I literally just earlier today interviewed for a new position. Um and if things go well, I will keep both positions. So I'll be a caretaker and I will be working at this new job, which I will kind of keep hush hush for right now, just so um in case I like either don't get it or I do get it and, I don't want to dox myself or give away too much information. But I did interview for a new job. I was presented a really good opportunity where I was talking to someone, and they said, "Oh, if you put an application in, I'll I'll talk with some people and we'll pull you in for an interview." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll go home right now and, and fill out the application." Um, so I did that. Did my interview today. Very happy about that. That's also like, to go off on a tangent. That's sort of how my life has been. It's been like really, really existential dread. Um, one 1 hour, and then the next hour, like the best news I can hear ever. It's really more the reverse, because like I'll wake up and hate life, and then I'll go out and then touch grass and remember that things aren't so bad, and then I come home and I realize that, oh yeah, I have to pay my credit card bill, I have to pay taxes, I have to get a job, I have to do all this shit that I haven't done yet, I have to shower and do laundry and all this other stuff, and then it just spirals into awful. That's usually how my day goes. Um, but at least I have the highlight, right? So yeah, I did my interview today. It went really well. So pending things go well, I will still have my caretaker job because I am still a backup caretaker. Um, and then I'll also have the new job that will pretty much be my priority going forward. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But just the whole process, like if I didn't talk to this person and get the opportunity to do an interview, I would have still been in the same like headspace that I am now, sort of with the imposter syndrome of like, I'm not really worth it. There's definitely like 10 other people that can do what I can do 10 times better, and are more worth taking as employees than me. There's also just not a lot of availability. There are ghost jobs. People don't want to hire. Companies aren't just Some companies don't even put out ghost jobs. They just don't hire anyone, or they move internally. They lay off people, and not replace it. Or there's the side of it where it's like, I have my degree from college, and I don't want any part of that that discipline field anymore. Or like, I don't want to be in an office space, yada yada. Like all the job stuff I probably complained about before is still very much real. Probably because I haven't gotten past it and I haven't made any efforts to get past it. But it's still very stressful. Even if I like made attempts to like try and have a better attitude towards it. But yeah, the job thing has been extra stressful, especially considering that I preferably need a job with benefits so I can get health insurance. Um so that way I can continue to like go to the dentist, get my eyes checked, have a doctor to go see if something's wrong with me, like, or just like general checkups. Um and like, so that way, if I go to a doctor or have any sort of medical issue, that my bill afterwards is not through the fucking roof. Um yeah, the like the insurance thing has been a super big stress for me, and just the pressure to like get a job in like a very short time frame because I put it off for so long. That's kind of, that hasn't been good. I feel like there's definitely something else like life-wise that has been stressing me out, but those are kind of the big ones right now. And just like to sum it up, it's just, I have not been feeling great. So, like I said before, like when it comes time to stream like every day, every week or whatever, I was just not in a good mood. I was either depressed or burned out or exhausted. Um and I either didn't have the energy to put forth a stream, I didn't have the mindset I felt was appropriate to go on to stream, and I didn't want to like do a Bloomreaper True UVHM 6 stream, if that makes sense. Like I didn't want to like put myself through hell after already having felt like I went through that, which is why ultimately why I kind of stepped back from stream. Um and that kind of like goes into just Twitch in general. I know I had mentioned I've been trying not to spend as much time on Twitch overall. This is one of my New Year's resolutions as well, just to try to take time off of Twitch to just relax a little bit better, to get some of my numbers down, to get my screen time hopefully down, even though I spend a lot of it on Instagram or like doom scrolling. Um, but some of you may have noticed that I'm also not really in a lot of different streams really anymore. I know it's kind of trickled down to just like one or two streams I pop into more regularly. And even those streams I'm trying not to spend time in. And it's no offense to any of the streamers. Like anyone that I still follow, that I still try to like keep up to date with. They're all fantastic streamers, and I wish them nothing but the best. And I would love to give as much support as I can. The thing is, I'm kind of running out of support. Um, like I'm exhausted on top of, most things. Like if I can't bring myself to stream, sometimes I can't bring myself to like chat in people's chats or to even like really like hang out. Like I know there's a few streams I've tried to pop into even just to like lurk around in, and I just kind of sit there with the stream on my one monitor and just kind of like sitting there like scrolling through my phone. Like I'm lurking around, I'm half listening in and I'm not really paying attention. I feel like that's not really the way you go about a lurk. Um like I feel like there has to be like some level of like engagement, if not through like chatting or using like, redeems or whatever. Just like attentiveness to watching the stream. Like I didn't want to, put forth that kind, like I didn't want to like do a half-assed lurk. I didn't want to like pull up a stream just to have the stream pulled up. And also, some of you motherfuckers out there, I'm not calling out anyone in particular, like at all, like genuinely speaking, but there are times where I'm just chilling and I get Twitch notification, Twitch notification, Twitch notification, Twitch notification. Like 4 to 6 streams go live in the span of like 2 hours. And I can't reasonably watch all 6 of them or even like 3 of them with like proper focus and everything. Um so it's kind of balancing like who do I want to give my support to, who do I want to give my energy to, um and also just like when do I just need to take a step back from everything and just keep to the shadows, keep to myself. Like it kind of goes with, not feeling 100% about myself, like feeling like I'm kind of an asshole, but like if I feel that way, I don't want to bring myself around people's streams or try to interact. Like I would much rather just like not exist. And sometimes that's what I do. I just like, instead of like doing a lurk, I just like don't clock in. I don't announce myself. And then I'm kind of free to do whatever. And if I have to step out of a stream, it's okay because I wasn't there in the first place. And that's how I've been going about a lot of my streams. Been very picky about what I want to watch, what I feel like I should watch, and like where I can kind of like not cut out certain streams, but just, where can I like put that time back into myself properly. And I know we're about to hit ads, so I might do like either a quick 3-minute side tangent ramble that doesn't matter, or we'll just take like a 3-minute water break or something. We can rant about ads while the ads run. Because honestly, dude, fuck ads. I hate running these things, and they don't really give me any money, but if I don't run ads, I don't get anything from Twitch. Like, I'm honestly surprised I make like even like $50 to $100 every year off of ads. And it's because I run 3 minutes of ads every hour. And it does not feel worth it at all in terms of engagement and just like overall like revenue sharing. Okay, there they go. Sorry, I like got fully distracted by the fact that like, so I have my water bottle here. Wow, this is not like, okay, there we go. There's the resonance. The little rubber thing at the top that's supposed to like let air in as you drink water out of it. Like, it's been making this like loud ass noise. Like, it's louder than normal. So like you get this like really weird slurp thing. It's not the slurp from like me intaking water. It's the noise of the air going through this rubber thing. And it keeps progressively getting louder. And I don't like that. It's very bothersome. I feel like I definitely need a new water bottle, but I also missed my opportunity to buy a new one multiple times. But anyways, back to ads. Like the side tangent of ads. I don't like running ads. I've said this before. I don't like running them. I kind of need to. I would love to just do pre-roll ads, because I'm of the mentality where like if you want to watch a stream, you will sit through the ads. Like, you as a person, you're like, oh, I really want to watch this stream. It's only like, an ad or two. I'll get through it. It's like no big deal. And I know there's definitely a few people out there that are like that with even the mid-roll stuff. But I just, dude, it's this love-hate relationship where it's not even like a love-hate. It's like a neutral and hate. Like, I know I need to run ads, and I know that's like my primary income for streaming, but I feel very wrong about running 3 minutes of ads every hour. And I don't know how the engagement does. Mainly because I like zone out while I'm playing, and I miss when the ads run. But yeah, it's rough. I would prefer not to run ads, but here I am, still haven't figured out what the balance is. All right, I think we're back. I would say send something in chat if you're back, but I'm just gonna trust that you're back, or you're maybe watching the VoD where there aren't any ads yet because we're not monetized. So to kind of recap everything, I've hit my kind of recap point, at least one of them. I've definitely wanted to take a step back from streaming and Twitch, just for like the health aspects of it. This is something we've done a number of times on this channel across the 5 years I've been streaming. But like I mentioned earlier, this, I feel like the past month or two has been the time where I've legitimately considered just quitting entirely. Because like you figure like not cheese wedge has been a thing for 5 years. Like I started during the batch of streamers that were started during like the COVID times, the 2020. Everyone's stuck inside, so what else are we gonna do? Like I started during that era, like the tail end of that era, and I feel like 5 years is a pretty decent time to have been streaming. Like that's a good commitment. Most people from that era have moved on, mainly because they've gotten like quality jobs that demand more of their attention than streaming. Or their life has just been significantly more in a good way to where they don't have that time to continue streaming. Like I've I've kind of considered like the fact that Cheese Wedge has been a channel for 5 years. Like maybe it would be okay if we like stopped here, if we did some sort of like send off. Like obviously, like this is not the send off stream. I don't want it to be the send off stream. I really hope it's not. Um, because I think if I do some sort of send off, like if I do decide to graduate as a VTuber and just like end my streaming career, I would like to not go out with a bang, but I'd like to give like a formal like kind of final stream. Um, but I don't think we're gonna be doing that. We're not gonna do the final stream at least right now. Um, but I will say like in the past month, I have considered if I just want to stop the Not Cheese Wedge channel. Even if it's only to like create a new account to completely blank slate things, do things completely differently, try to build up a new community, try to approach things a little bit differently, or just to approach streaming in a different headspace where it's less about growth and doing content creation and more just about like, hey, I'm a guy broadcasting myself play a video game, and that's it. If you like it, follow. If you don't, you can go watch someone else. It doesn't matter. Um, but it's been a really hard month for streaming and feeling okay about streaming. Um, and at the same time, I've felt awful about myself, like worse than I have before. Well, I don't know. 2022 was really bad for me. I don't know if it tops that, but I've felt awful about myself. Um and it kind of continues to get worse. Um if you guys saw my graphic for today that I posted, um it's kind of like that where it's like it gets better, it gets worse, it gets better, it gets worse, and you don't really know what's what, and it kind of just progressively snowballs into this whatever this hang on, I'm going to pull up the graphic because it will probably look a little bit more like you'll probably get the visual. um let's see where. Yeah, so like you see how like there are like quite literally like 16 different text things here, all of them saying better or worse. Like this is how my life feels right now. This amalgamation of text. So like whenever I think about like, oh, how's life going? This is my answer. I did add a couple of things on top of this. The most recent one, if I remember correctly, is this better question mark, and I did this specifically for stream. Um, but like this is how it feels to to be not cheese wedge. Actually, I need to turn that off first. There we go. Um, but yeah, I've lacked a lot of confidence recently. Some of it's imposter syndrome, some of it's just, you know, feeling like an asshole. A lot of depression, a lot of burnout. Um, and I will say, like, thank you to those who have like been trying their best to help me out. I know we've had a few different messages in chat that I have yet to read because I'm again I'm trying to get through this as least distracted as possible. There are also people out there who have kind of like affirmed that I'm not an asshole. I'm still good. Like if I make a mistake, it's not a big deal. Or if you look at like the job side of things, like I have a lot of good skills and a lot of strong skills, or just general adaptability, and this willingness to learn that separates me from other people. Um, like there are I know who you guys are. I mean, mainly because you guys have vocalized it, but like there are people out there that do believe in me, whether it be cheese or IRL name that I will not say. Um, there are definitely people who have like done what they can to help or have offered to help me, um and I do want to like thank you guys for that. It does really mean a lot, and I feel like I've been noticing it a little bit more so than usual lately, and that's more because of me personally. Like it's definitely been helping out, at least to some degree. Um, but what I feel like a bigger issue is, and again, this is a me thing. I don't mean to offend anyone. Again, thank you for all the support and the help and trying to cheer me up and everything. But where I find myself at right now is that no matter how much like encouragement or help or advice I get, it still has to be me that comes to these conclusions, that takes these steps forward towards being better, either like a better person, attitude wise, or just better in the sense of like a positivity thing, or just a better mental state. Um, because like I said, there are moments where it's like it's getting worse. And it's really hard to work around that even with help. Like I have in my notes here that like you guys can like help me as much as I can, like in a metaphorical sense, like get over these roadblocks, like physically speaking, or metaphorically physically. If you want to think about the metaphor as a physical image, it's like you guys are like on top of like or like on the other side of a roadblock trying to help me over and everything. Like you guys can offer that help, but in the end it's still me that has to get over said roadblock. Like even if you guys are like dragging me over the roadblock, it's there has to be an amount of me that's putting an effort. And that's sort of how I kind of think about, you know, accepting advice and help and all that. Um, because there are sometimes like I think the more kind of like haha version of this is like when I ask people like, "Hey, what should I wear tomorrow?" Because this is something I ask a lot because I never know. Um, what I notice with that is that like I'll ask people like, "Hey, what should I wear?" and they'll give me like legitimate responses. I'm not saying like, "Oh, wear nothing. Oh, wear clothes." I'm not talking like that. Like, that's oldest joke in the book. Like, there are people who have like in the past said like, "Oh, you should wear like something yellow or something green, or how about like a pair of like, Nike shoes?" And I'll take that advice, and then in my brain it clicks like, no, I don't want that. Like I don't want to wear yellow. Let's wear anything else except yellow. And that makes me feel like an asshole, but that's sort of how I work. Sort of a bad example, but that's sort of kind of how things go. Like there are people who will say like, yeah, you have a lot of good qualities to you. You're definitely worth having around, worth, get it, or people would want you for a job position. Trying to like organize these thoughts here. And like that can all be true, but the issue is that in my head it's still not. Um and what I'm trying to convey here is that, you know, it is still like a mental battle that I have to fight. I know I have people by my side willing to support me, but it is still a me thing. Um and until I overcome those roadblocks, and until like I personally feel better about myself, like until I build up that confidence and kind of work past depressive episodes, um it's gonna probably get worse until something like that happens. I don't know if I've explained that right. Ugh. But yeah, like I said, like I do appreciate those of you who do believe in me, partially because I still can't believe it. Um, but it does help. I've been seeing it a lot more recently as I kind of put myself into a better headspace to kind of take in some of that. And for those of you who have thought about that, um, definitely, you know, comment and offer help where you see it appropriate, or where you're comfortable. Like I don't want you guys like going out of your way, out of your comfort zone to make sure that I'm okay. Like you guys can honestly just let me worry about me and I'll be fine. um but I also want you to know that like if you offer advice, there could be a chance I don't take that or I don't follow it, um even if it's like right. um there's something about being told what to do or what you should do, or being offered said advice, that in my head computes like backwards, and it almost feels like a command, and I want to go against the command because it's not my thought, it's someone else's thought. I don't know if I explained that right. It's definitely like at the very least, um I am trying my best to work through everything, put myself into that headspace to where when I get, you know, comments like oh, you're not as bad as you think you are, you're a lot smarter than you think, or yada yada. I don't know what I want to put as the example there. Like when I get comments like that, I need to be able to like accept them, and we're like I'm working on being able to do so. I lost my train of thought on the last one. So, what does this mean for stream? Well, I kind of already outlined a little bit. Um, so the hiatus has definitely allowed me to kind of lower my priority for streaming. It helps get rid of the obligation that I feel like of needing to stream something or needing to stream a certain game to completion, because I feel like people want to see it and I want to deliver on that. Um, and it helps kind of return stream to what it should be in terms of um what's it called? Like having like a proper priority or having a proper attitude towards it. Like I don't want streaming to be a job. I want it to be a hobby. Like a hobby I enjoy. Whereas, you know, compared to like a job I don't enjoy. And the hiatus has definitely kind of brought things back into perspective. Which is good. We're definitely on like the proper steps forward for making sure that if I ever want to come back to streaming, I have a channel that I didn't delete. Um, things like that. However, as it stands, the hiatus will continue because my main priority has to be work. I have in my notes that I say that it will be work, and I think I say a little bit later that it needs to be work. Um, but like I have to prioritize work, and that has to be my number one right now. Um, Definitely for my current position, yes. Because that's like my income, my actual income, and everything. Um, So of course I have to go and prioritize that. Make sure I'm putting my efforts towards that because that's what matters. And then hopefully, depending on how, um, well, I would say how the interview goes, but it already happened. Again, I'm just waiting to hear back from um the company to see if they're going to hire me or not. But if all goes well, if all goes well, knock on wood and everything, you know praying for the best. um but if I get this new job, that job is going to be like the top priority, even over my current position that I'll be holding simultaneously. um like I want to put my focus towards that for the sake of just personal growth, even as well as kind of need some money. um but yeah, I need to like work everything out with the scheduling between the two positions, um, put my efforts there, and move forward as well. Um, I would say that yes, I do need to prioritize myself. I know we had or I used to have a command talking about how streaming and Twitch and the internet is like the fourth thing on your priority thing, where the first is yourself, the second is your family and friends. I think the third was your job and other obligations, and then fourth was the Twitch and internet stuff. I don't know if I still have the bones of that command lying around where I could look at the actual text, but the only reason I say that my personal like self is not the top priority is because I feel like when I was prioritizing myself, I was also letting myself like slip a little too much. Because there's this balance you have to have between treating yourself, letting yourself rest, and then you know you have to make sure you don't do it for so much that you kind of let yourself rot or you get too comfortable. Which is unfortunately where I feel like I've kind of let myself lie. Some of it is like I wanted to break from, you know, past experiences that were really bad, or I need like some time to myself to rest and recover, either from like mental things or just physical daily things. Um, but I definitely feel like it's hit a point where I think it's time to not focus on myself and put my efforts towards some objective outside of myself. Again, like a job, um, or like a position, and probably not a hobby that costs me a lot of money. um, because I think by prioritizing something else like work, particularly like a work that I enjoy or that, a work that I believe in, I think from there I can gain back confidence and kind of self preservation, um, to, bring myself back to a more healthy mindset of prioritizing myself where I'm not, rotting in bed because I feel I should be resting. Um and that ends up happening like all the time, blah blah blah. So yeah, again, my priority is to focus on work. Um so I get a paycheck, and so I can hopefully leverage that to put myself in a better headspace to work on myself as a person, and then go back and actually prioritize myself, reestablish a schedule, put a purpose back in my life, for waking up every day in the morning, um, and also being able to take care of myself. Being able to sleep better, get to sleep at reasonable hours, you know, eat like multiple meals a day, hopefully eat better. Um, like I mentioned before, I want to try and get like a good workout routine going, and also just like get rid of old habits. I feel like there's definitely a number of those that I really need to get rid of. And I'm hoping for the best going forward. Um, and then once all of that, kind of smooths over, then then we'll work on putting stream back together. Um, that was a really long-winded explanation. Um, so I don't want to say, I have in my notes that stream will essentially will be essentially non-existent for some time. Yes and no. I don't want stream to fully disappear. I mentioned this before. I do still, like, deep down enjoy streaming. I enjoy the people I interact with here. Um I enjoy the time that we have together. I enjoyed like the moments we have here. Pending I don't do something stupid like Bloomreaper True UVHM 6 or some other dumb mistake. I do still enjoy a good amount of my stream experiences. Um and I would be sad to just cold turkey and let everything go. Um Even if it was for a more beneficial reason. Because I do feel like streaming is a thing I can do within a more balanced, way. So while I would like streaming to still be a thing, I also think that it's not unreasonable to say that you probably won't see a lot of cheese streams going forward. Um, So yes, I would like to at some point stream the new Borderlands content, Matt Ellie and the Vault of the Damned. I'd like to stream some Stone Demon stuff. Hopefully today we'll start working on getting characters up to level 60. Maybe we'll take a look at Cash. Although I think Cash is paid DLC, so maybe not. Um Again, I would like to, stream those things, and also, stream like new Borderlands content that's coming out in the further future. Um, but I also don't want to like burn myself out. Um, and I don't want to like promise anything because I have new games that I want to try out. Again, I call back to Moros Protocol. Um, what else? Mouthwashing. Like there's a lot of like really good games that I would like to like have on stream, but I also want to make sure that when I do decide to play those, that it's not like that I'm in a good like headspace to approach these. I don't know how to say it properly, and I'm distracted by my phone. I'm gonna be like 100p. Okay, that's not working. Cool. Um, but yeah, I really don't want to like. The other thing is I don't want to like say like, oh, we'll start Moros Protocol when I come back to streaming, and then when I come back to streaming, not be in the mood for Moros Protocol, or I do one stream of Moros Protocol, find out it's not really what I want, and then drop it instantly. Yes, that's okay. Oh, excuse me. Like, yes, that's okay to do because, like, you can't know if a game's what you want it to be if you don't play it. Like I have to give it a chance. Um, but I don't want to like, give it a chance and then feel like I have to keep giving it a chance. Um, so we'll have to figure out what what to do there. Um, but the plan going forward is to stream when I feel comfortable doing so. And I'm gonna apologize now if it's not super frequent because it may not be really at all. At least for a little bit of time. Again, I'm kind of hoping. I think I might have said this in like my Discord message the other day. I'm hoping that like with this hiatus and with this time off of Twitch, and again trying to focus on life and other things. I'm hoping that I can kind of recenter my priorities, my values, my headspace to kind of approach things in a more positive manner. To just feel better about everything. Um, and then with that, we then come back to streaming with a more like positive attitude and be able to stream properly, quote properly. At least like have fun with it rather than see it as like an obligation or a job. Yeah, I think that might be it. I'm at the end of my notes that I wrote 30 minutes before stream. Um, I will say there are some notes after. Um, the one I wrote last night was a little bit of a goofy entry where I was like, "Dear diary, today I couldn't find my diary, so I'm writing this on the back of my Kung Fu Panda 2 DVDs." Because at this point, the note that I was using for all this, it basically turned into a diary where I would just like kind of write what's stressing me out and everything. And I kind of in this one I went over kind of what happened in the day. Um, trying to just calm my stress down. I will say in terms of these notes, when I first started this notes app, let me see if I can find this start date. Um, sorry, I'm scrolling through. I wrote a fuck ton. I wrote a lot, chat. My notes app is like my therapist right now. Except I don't have a therapist IRL. Yeah, so I started this March 8th. Which was shit, that was like a month ago. um and I can confirm that it has gotten significantly better since March 8th. My thoughts have become a little bit more concise. Yeah, concise is the right word. They've also gotten a little bit more positive because I think, more positive things have happened and I've been able to kind of reciprocate that energy into the things that I do, and just have an overall better attitude towards it, which is nice. And that's not to say that life isn't still stressful or awful in certain moments or ways, but I feel like I've definitely improved since I first drafted these notes. But yeah, that's all without getting into a lot of details. Which means I can release you guys from emote only jail. Thank you guys for letting me rant essentially. I really do appreciate it. I am sorry that I had to like lock you up for it. Um I will now be going back through chat to see what I missed because I know Chris messaged something. Um Also, to anyone I missed, welcome on in. It's good to see you. I did actually see all of you guys, and I hope you're all doing well. I hope you guys are doing a lot better than I am. Alex, congrats on 12th. A Wild Cheese has gone live. Press 12 to tune in. Shit, man, I should take that as my go live. What the fuck? Alex, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping in. Congrats on 12th. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your lurk. Chris, thank you for the 50 fucking months of subscribing like a crazy person. I did actually hear, speaking of, I gotta turn that back on. OBS updated, so I'm able to mute the audio source, but they have this like little headphone icon next to the volume button. So so I muted it for the stream, but I still heard the TTS. So here, let me replay this. What do you mean? Okay, look.
Big fiddy up in this biznetch. Can I get a yeah?
Chris, thank you again for the 50 months. You're quite possibly crazier than I am. I don't know how you can keep subscribing to me. That's so... Dude, 50 months is nuts. This motherfucker has been subscribed to me for 4 years straight. Over 4 years straight. Chris, if you're still lurking around, I really appreciate you. You literally should not be subscribing for this long. Actually crazy. But thank you regardless. You're a real one. Sorry, I don't know why I couldn't get that sentence out. It's your stream, you do what you want. Thanks. I tried, man. I was locked in that whole time. Mainly because no one was talking to me and distracting me. Not acting like a true live server. Okay, this is back in terms of like the Borderlands talk. Yeah, Borderlands 4. Dude, the best way I've heard it described is that the devs at Gearbox for Borderlands 4, it's like they're scared to do anything. Like you get what I'm saying? It's like they're afraid to change the meta. They're afraid to nerf things, or they're afraid to buff things. It's like what's the point of having a variety of items and, you know, this need to balance items if you're not actually gonna do anything? Like I know I watched Moxie's breakdown of the update that just went out for Borderlands. I watched his his overview of it, and TLDR, there were like no significant changes to the Vault Hunters in terms of how they play. I also wasn't really paying attention to the weapon updates, but there weren't really any like, you know, significant weapon updates. I heard that the bod was supposed to be nerfed from a times 5 multiplier down to a times 3. I don't know if that actually happened, because I don't know if I saw it in the update notes. But like what Moxie had pointed out in his video is that we're getting a level cap increase. So we have 10 more skill points to work with, which arguably not really a lot. Like that gets you maybe like 2 more skills, or 2 more like maxed out skills, I should say. But with those 10 skill points, the builds that are already meta are going to stay meta, and the builds that are like subpar, cough cough, trouble for Vex, those builds, like, they might see an improvement, but it's not going to be anything significant. Like, you're pretty much just like picking up the floor for everyone, and, you know, kind of raising everyone up. And at that point, like, is there really a difference to warrant even like offering a level cap increase? Like, what more are 10 like skill points going to do for a build? Like that's sort of how. Well, I'm kind of worried about it. I know for the kill skill Vex build that I have going right now from lazy data, I think that'll be fine putting 10 extra points into, because we can get some extra skills that would be really nice, just like convenience of life and everything. But it's still going to be a more meta, build for Vex. Like these 10 skill points that we're adding are not going to fix trouble. And also, they didn't do anything to trouble in this update. And it's kind of sad. Like I don't want to pull it up, but like if you go to the Borderlands 4 like update notes and everything, it's like 2 bullet points max of changes for each Vault Hunter. And this time all 4 Vault Hunters got something for once. And it wasn't just like 2 line changes for 1 Vault Hunter. Or like, sometimes with some of the updates it would be 4 for 1 Vault Hunter and just the 1 Vault Hunter. And they weren't even like significant changes. Like, dude, if Borderlands just nerfed the bod and buffed the kaleidoscope to like the extreme, like if they basically invalidated the bod and made the kaleidoscope the new like meta weapon, just that change alone would first off freak out the Borderlands community. In a good way, I feel. Like people would be rushing to use the kaleidoscope finally. Which by the way, the kaleidoscope is an ass shotgun. It's really bad. But like people would actually be like going into the game, putting time in to actually put new builds together to work with the kaleidoscope, trying to figure out how they can, do like a meta setup with it. Like even just that change or nerfing Rafa. Like please, for the love of fuck, nerf Rafa. Like I get he does a lot and he's like a really good character, but we need a big meta shift in Borderlands 4. Otherwise, this game's gonna be excessively boring. Also, Peachy, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Emmy, I will say you did miss my kind of live stream update, but the TLDR is that I'm still gonna be on hiatus. Streams are going to be a little bit sparse. And life is starting to get a little bit better. It's also, in a way, still stressful. So, expect the worst going forward for Not Cheese Wedge. Although I don't want to fully end streaming over here, if that makes sense. Gotta find out what's going on. Yeah, so, the TLDR, heavy burnout on the games that I was playing, wasn't really enjoying a lot of it. I mean, I feel like if you came in with the rant on Borderlands 4, that's a big chunk of it. Didn't really feel the best about streaming, whether that be kind of the streams I was doing or my attitude going into the streams. Just felt it was better to take some time away from Twitch, and then just IRL felt awful, felt like an asshole, felt, really depressed and everything. A lot of stress and all. Job picking up as well. Interviewed for a new job today. Excited to hear back about that. Also very, very worried. And also still have to scramble to get insurance stuff because I ran out of insurance this year. But yeah, just kind of stuff like that. And then looking at focusing more on life, particularly with work, so that way I can kind of get back into a proper groove, then hopefully work on myself and then be able to come back to streaming with a better headspace. Going through much of the same kind of stuff, so I 100% are. Yeah, I feel, I don't know, like how do I explain this? How do I even uh, sorry, I have to compose my thoughts. Um, because like, so right now, my current job, I'm supposed to be like more like a backup caretaker for my client. So I am working, more so every Monday, and then I hop on when I need to. Say if the my client's other caretaker is not available. Um, and that other caretaker, that primary caretaker, just got a new full time position. So now I have to step in and do um her previous shifts, which were surprisingly a lot more involved than I ever thought them to be. Like when I work on Monday, I'm kind of just like a supervisor in a way. Like I kind of just like oversee what my client does for like volunteer work, cuz he can usually like handle most of it. And then if he needs a little bit of help, if he needs a little bit of redirection, I'm there. Um I'm also kind of like a chauffeur, which is cool. So it's relatively low intensity, but now that I'm working the Wednesday, Friday as well, I'm of course, clocking in more hours, doing more days, but my client really likes to go to the gym and I don't. So now I'm having to, be physically active again, which that's not a bad thing, but like, bro, not only am I putting in like, several more hours of work per week, but now I have to go to the gym. Like, and then on top of that, I literally just applied and interviewed for another position that I'm hoping will be my priority going forward, even over my current one. I'm not sure. I'm kind of assuming like since it is part time, doing like at least 20 hours a week minimum, somewhere around there. So expect that on top of whatever I have to do. I'm hoping that I can kind of negotiate some of my time with the caregiver position where I can, work the new job properly but still also be available for, my client and everything. That whole job situation is exciting in a way, just to have something new and something I'm hopefully going to enjoy, but it's also just like super stressful just to have it, work out and everything. Because it does feel like, because I am really the only caretaker available right now for my client, I feel like this obligation that I have to like kind of stay to that Monday, Wednesday, Friday until a new caretaker is like hired potentially, or if the primary caretaker like figures out a new schedule. Um like I feel like I'm supposed to be like the bridge person, which is not actually how it's supposed to be. But like in my head, that's how I feel. And I think one of the common things that I've said throughout my kind of explanation of everything is that a lot of what I'm going through right now can probably be, sorted out in a reasonable way, but I have to do so within my own mental headspace. Like people can offer as much help as they feel comfortable giving, as much as is appropriate, but at the end of the day it needs to be me, me, not cheese wedge, or title, not cheese wedge, not it needs to be cheese that makes these changes and like makes these improvements to like get past these roadblocks. um and it's definitely it's a lot, man. It's a lot. Um, I will say I mentioned before that like I don't want this to be like the end of streaming for Not Cheese Wedge. I would still like to be able to come back to streaming a little bit more so in the future, like with a little bit more, not really an intense schedule, but like I'd like to still be able to like stream at least like once or twice a week. Just for the enjoyment of like streaming. I don't want to completely get rid of this channel either, because I've thought about completely taking the channel offline. Um, Even if it's just to start up a new channel and be like completely separate from Not Cheese Wedge. Um, and I didn't want this to be like a graduation stream. So for all of you guys out there that are thinking like, oh my god, is Cheese Wedge done? No, I just need like a nice long break. Just to, focus on some other things and to really find the spark again for streaming. Um, Gotta catch up on. I'm still behind in chat. I was reading it. Although you guys were good in emote only. Um, Wish you all the happiness and success in the world. I know I'm not a. Oh, what do you mean you're not? Chat, we gotta. Can we talk about what a quote proper viewer is? Like, if you view the stream, you are a good viewer. If you watch, like, I know Emmy like watches the VoDs, even if it's like the tail end sometimes. Like, Emmy like watches the VoDs. That's a good viewer. Like, if you go out of your way to like, check content or to, see how things are going, good viewer. If you're a lurker, good viewer. If you make an attempt to like open the stream, good viewer. Like, don't discount yourselves. I'm the only one that can discount myself. I don't even get to discount you guys. Like, unless it's for like some sort of bit that's really funny, which is it's usually not really funny because it's, insulting. So, yeah. You know what I mean? Good viewer. That sounds weird. I'm not gonna say that anymore. Think you're an awesome person. Want to see you happy, no matter what that means. Yeah. Sorry, I will get back to that later. Not the one. I mean, Emmy, I want you to realize that for the past like hour and a half, I've had my chat in emote only, so that way I can just yap about what has been going on with the stream and my life, so I don't get distracted on things. So you are all good. Like, really, I didn't even give people the opportunity to like ham it up in chat today. But it's like how do I say this? Like, it's always nice to like have people like, chatting in chat. Like, it's really reassuring as like a content creator. Oh, I didn't even man, I was scrolled up in chat. I was reading off of my OBS preview. I didn't even see that you did the Gigantify emote. Emmy, thank you for the bits. You really didn't have to do that, but thank you. I should really scroll down in chat. That's what I should do. Also, I don't want to like explain too much of my current job. I am a caretaker for a person with developmental disabilities. So I work with people that have autism. It's really just the one client right now that I'm comfortable with. But the kind of job description, because I literally had to put it on my resume recently because I never had it on. It's essentially just like supporting the client through their day-to-day activities. Do I have it on? I'd have to pull it up on my online version of my resume that I can't even show you guys on stream because that is a full-on docs. Make sure I'm on the. I gotta like read it off my resume. Yeah, so I am a support coach and caregiver for a person with developmental disabilities. So I provide one-on-one daily support during activities. I support this specific client through like a lot of volunteering opportunities. I help them to exercise and stay fit because I mentioned this earlier. My client loves going to the gym. Like, he really gets a lot of like enjoyment out of it. And is often like, how like you have like withdrawal from like if you don't go to the gym for a certain period of time, like you kind of feel like super out of it and everything. He kind of had that because with the first, like, the primary caregiver kind of, taking a step back to focus on her full-time job, um we haven't been able to go to the gym, because we needed to, like, set up memberships and everything, blah blah blah. um but my client was, like, really, kind of, on edge about things. Like, it was a lot of, like, schedule changes that, you know was he was not really the most comfortable with. And, like, I get that, even, like, with someone that's, autistic, they have to learn to kind of accept schedule changes, but that doesn't make it any easier for them in the moment, especially. So it's been definitely an interesting past couple of weeks, sorting all of that out. But yeah, it's pretty much just one-to-one daily support, and then those activities basically change, like, client to client. So it is very much a lot of volunteering. It's a lot of exercising. Some days I get to just chillax in the library. Other days I'm, out with my client bowling and getting squashed at bowling because I suck. Um, but yeah, it's definitely an interesting job. It also does depend on the client. Um, as for the second job, I would prefer not to say anything about it right now. I'm kind of holding off until I hear back from the company as to if I got the job or not. Because, like I said, I did interview literally today, like earlier this afternoon. I interviewed for the job, and they said the earliest I can hear back is tomorrow. The latest would be Monday. And if I don't hear back from them by then, just to, like, let them know. Um, but yeah, definitely way busier. And I definitely know that, like, for a lot of the people out there, my hours, like, for the job I currently work is nothing compared to what they clock in for a 9 to 5. Um, mainly because, like, I'm still part-time, but it's still, like, it's this concept of, doing that, like, that change, that I'm just, like, not, like, mentally ready for, not wanting to really happen. Because I think it's, how it is for all of us. We would like to earn the most by doing the least, and I am very much of that mentality. Um, read through that. God, Emmy keeps hitting me with these gigantified emotes, and I keep missing them because I'm scrolled up in chat. Emmy, thank you so much for the bits. I wish the OBS preview would show that. God. Or, like, I wish it would, like, show up on stream that the emote is huge. Because again, I'm like scrolled up in chat. I see, like, some of the messages, like, scroll in next to Cheese Mingo right there. Like, literally, I can't point. I don't have Emmy's, like, fancy, like, hand trackers. I can't, like, point to the side there. Like, imagine Cheese Mingo's wing is pointing to the chat to the right of him. Like, I don't see any. Like, I can read this, like, and see what the message says, but I can't see that it's giant. Stream Elements, fix your shit. Um, yeah, I saw the Discord message. I'll get to that in a second. Just kind of, well, now that I'm caught up with chat, I can, and of course will not read out on stream. Oh shit, there's ads in a minute. Um, okay, yeah, okay. Um, Emmy, before the ads run, actually, let me just snooze. How do I only have one snooze? Emmy, before the ads run, am I okay to talk about the subject in relation to me, or would you rather just kind of me, like, dodge around that? I forgot you don't get ads. People with your Twitch turbo. Jealous of you. You guys get to save your VODs for 60 days instead of 2 weeks. Jealous. This weird sounding water bottle, my god. But yeah, it's definitely been a rough time. It's your stream. Yeah, because like I said, it's definitely been a tough time. I felt like in the past month I've more like legitimately considered just kind of, ending the Not Cheese Wedge channel. Like maybe keeping it alive for the clips, but just kind of stopping the content here, even if it's just to, you know, move on to like a separate account where like I go like blank slate, try to separate myself from Not Cheese Wedge as much as possible. Like almost like a new step in life, like a new turning over a new leaf or whatever. Um, but still not sure if that's like a move I ever want to make. I mean, I feel like Not Cheese Wedge has been so well established on Twitch in a way. Like Not Cheese Wedge is so in on Twitch that the person who had Cheese Wedge as their username is no longer on Twitch. Like we've outlasted the actual Cheese Wedge, which is really really insane. But also at the same time, like I feel like in terms of how long we've been on Twitch, and by we I mean me, like for being one of the like the COVID like 2020 streamers, I feel like we've done a pretty good job by sticking around for 5 years. Like that's kind of impressive. I also don't think it's like unreasonable to think about that sort of stuff. Especially when you've been streaming for this long. Um I don't know if I have any like good examples otherwise, but we're all humans and we all change and grow. I mean, I feel like some of you might be aliens in a way, but who's to say that aliens don't change and grow as well or adapt? That are, they obviously learn different things. So where I am today as a person is not necessarily the same person I was back in say like 2021 or 2022, where I was only when I had like a face cam instead of a cheese mingo model. um like I feel like with that kind of progression and growth, sometimes it's even warranted to kind of like take a step back and reflect on not just your journey but like your identity as like a channel. Because like I was also considering this last year, of if I wanted to just like completely rebrand Not Cheese Wedge. So, partially because I wanted to potentially take the Cheese Wedge name instead of Not Cheese Wedge, but Not Cheese Wedge is so well established now. How could I? How could I get rid of this? Excuse me. But like I almost thought like do I even resonate with Cheese Wedge enough to continue being Cheese Wedge? But also maybe that's just an ongoing identity crisis where sometimes I don't even feel like my IRL name, which is always interesting. And it's like, do I want to continue as Not Cheese Wedge? Do I want to kind of start a new chapter, be someone different, try to put forth a different personality, test that out even? Um I feel like at least at some point within almost even within life, I feel like it's beneficial to kind of reflect on who you are and how much you've changed and if you're potentially the same as you were before. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Also, welcome back from ads. Hopefully you got some good ads. Speaking of ads, for those who don't know, I drive a Subaru. I drive a 2014 Subaru Outback. And the other, like, I don't know, this might have been like 2 months ago. I entertained myself by looking at what it would cost to get like a new Outback, preferably like a wilderness Outback. And I also looked at, or I got an ad for Subaru advertising the new Outback. So I obviously went to the Subaru website to look at what this monstrosity was. Spoiler alert, new Outback sucks ass. Just buy an Ascent. Um just buy an Ascent or take the 45-50K it would cost to get you the new Outback and go put that into like an old JDM, like a WRX STI, with a blown head gasket. Even like I would take a blown head gasket STI over the new Outback. That thing's fucking ugly. I mean, it's got some nice features and everything, but anyways, I keep getting Subaru ads when I watch Twitch. And like nothing against Subaru. Like I would buy another Subaru if I had the money in a heartbeat, but except for the new Outback and maybe the Ascent. I'm not really a fan of the Ascent. But Subaru, you already have me as a customer. You do not need to ad target me, okay? The ads are like the dog ads are cute, but I'm not really like a millennial that, smiles and laughs at that many dog videos. Okay? I feel like I'm good on my dog content. um yeah, dude, the WRX STI, fantastic car. My god. Um if you guys don't know, my dream, one of my dream cars, I should say, because I feel like I've added to my list. My dream car is a 2004 Subaru Impreza WR. I think it's still called the Impreza in 2004. The Subaru WRX STI from 2004. It's got to have the blue paint job. It's got to have the gold rims. I can add the rally decals. And it also has to have the wing and everything. But like I had to like pull it out of storage and everything, but I have the exact like reference of why I like it. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. I might have showed it on stream. Was it smoke screen? Let me see. Wow, this fucking awful ass image. I don't like how Google pulls up the images when you click on them. Sorry, I'm opening images and tabs. Wow, that's a small image. Holy shit. Wow, that's an equally small image. This is a really side tangent. Anyways, it was probably like 2004, 2005. I mean, this line of Transformers was out back then, but they released this specific Transformer. The series was basically taking all of your typical Transformers and putting them into like actual licensed cars. So this one, of course, is the Subaru Impreza WRC. This is the 2004 Blob Eye STI, with the rally decals, hence WRC. So I have this. It's sitting right here below my third monitor off to my left. I can't show it on screen because there's no camera. But I have this exact car, or this exact toy. Here's that, image. I mean, in terms of like a model of a car, it kind of sucks. Like it's not gonna be like any of your like die-cast models, but it transforms into I was gonna say like a living, breathing transformer, a living, breathing guy, but he's not really alive in this toy state. But he transforms, and this is like my childhood right here. This is such a significant, figure for me, and it has cemented the WRX in my mind. Um, And like I can't wait for one day to like actually be able to drive manual and then to be able to own one of these or even just drive well, I should have this to drive one of these. Um I would absolutely love to get a 2004 and, you know, deck it out in the rally build. As much of a rally build as I can for like a street car because, you know, some of the rally specs aren't really too transferable to the streets because I'm only using it for the streets. I'm not driving rally. I'm not that good at driving. Um but yeah, that's been my dream car. That was a really long rant. Sorry guys. Um sorry, I'm reading back up in chat really quick. So, in terms of decision making and like, you know, supporting people through decision making. I kind of referred to this myself before. Um like I had mentioned like you guys can like support me and give me advice as much as I can, but it has to be me that makes the decision to like move forward or to make progress, or it has to be like me that actually like does the progress making and improvements. Um and I think, well, there are like in a way objectively like kind of bad routes you can take. Although I would argue that even if it's not the best decision, um it's not the worst decision either. I do think even if it's just like a learning experience, as long as you learn from it, it's worthwhile. Especially like for like finding, you know, identity and everything. Uh how do I don't know. No, I don't want to use that example. Um, but I feel like in order to like figure out who you are, sometimes you have to be someone else first. Or to like see yours you have to like have some sort of comparison. You have to know what you like you in one instance is like compared to you in another instance, or you compared to other people, or sometimes you have to see yourself in someone else in order to know what you're like. At least that's how I feel. Because like and this goes back to my interview. Like they asked me like, "Oh, tell me about yourself." And I'm like, "Fuck, I don't know how to talk about myself." Like I can talk about myself. I just need like I need someone else to get the ball rolling. Like I need something more um not bottlenecked, but like more direct than just start talking about yourself. And maybe that's like undiagnosed autism talking there. But I do think like whether it is a good decision or not to like rebrand, rediscover yourself, or just take risks. Even if it doesn't end up being the best decision, I think it's still a worthwhile decision if you can learn something out of that, or if you can kind of grow and change, or just like understand more about yourself or the world. I feel like there's a lot like you have to look at it a certain way, which I know can be difficult because our perspective is only in one direction sometimes. Because like sometimes in order to see the other side of something, you have to physically pick yourself up and move yourself to said other side um to see it. Because I know like I sort of think about this like when I talk about like I don't really want to get into it too much, but like sort of my I don't want to say it's like sexual identity because like I still feel like pretty solid in what I am now. But like I don't want to say like I had a phase, but there were definitely moments where I wanted to be more feminine and I wanted to be like a cutesy little girl wearing like a super short skirt and everything. Like that's what I wanted at one point. And I kind of look back on those moments because currently I don't really feel like that, which is okay. Like each instance is okay, and it's, especially for everyone else. Like you feel how you want to feel in the moment and change as you feel you need. Um but like it's really interesting cuz like I think back to those like earlier times where I wanted to be more feminine, and I don't I don't resonate the same way with it. And it's really strange to see how I've developed, and almost how that moment in time kind of solidified where I, or like my feeling and identity and where it is today. And like I think I'm sort of explaining that the right way. Like that's how I feel sometimes you need to look at something. Like you can argue if that was the right way for me to approach things back then, but I do think that gave me a new perspective, even the slightest new perspective on things, and allowed me to kind of, explore a little bit more and kind of learn going forward and understand, like, okay, is this something I want? Even if it's for a short time. Do I want to go back? Because, nothing's saying you can't change back. Nothing's saying you can't make a comeback. I think the best thing for those situations, obviously like offer whatever support you feel is appropriate and that you feel comfortable giving, but also, again, it's how much you like feel comfortable supporting, but like if you support people through those times, and like help them to learn, help them to kind of navigate things, um and kind of, allow them to do that growth, um I think it kind of nets out in a positive way, even if they end up going back. Again, I don't know if I'm explaining that right. I'm kind of rambling after my Subaru ad. um that's exactly the car I was gonna buy back. Man, you people and your ability to buy cars back in the early 2000s when I was not able to drive. Ugh. I mean, to be fair, I think my dad would have gotten an STI, not like that, as like a WRX STI. I feel like my dad would have gotten a WRX, had he had the opportunity to. I don't really know, or maybe I don't really understand what stopped him, but my dad currently drives a Mazda Speed 6, which is a gem in itself right now, no matter how much work he's done to it. Um, and I feel like that's definitely like his car. Like that's part of his identity now. Um, which, by the way, Chad, Speed 6, fantastic car. Our Speed 6 has given us a lot of problems, but it's still a really cool car. In order to figure out who you are, you have to figure out who you aren't. I would word it a little bit differently, but yeah, pretty much. um, I would almost go to say, like, in order to figure out who you are, you have to change yourself, and then maybe change yourself back. Never mind, that doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? That's not something you would put in like a high school yearbook or whatever. Like, quotable moments. Friend talked us out of it because it had. Oh yeah, the rust will definitely. Yeah. It's interesting. So I was talking with another one of my VTuber friends. They were playing Dirt Rally 2.0, which freaking insane game, by the way. Um, really fun to watch. I would love to be able to play it at some point if I ever get a sim rig. Um, but they were saying in one of those streams that they almost bought a 2016 Subaru BRZ. Um, and I forget what they said the issues were with it, but they kind of talked themselves out of it, which is sort of like where I'm at. Like, I'm not in any position to buy a new car or to be like looking at a new car, but instead of going for like, staying like at my goal of a WRX, because like this car is kind of increasingly hard to find and also not in great condition and also not really cheap either. Um, I've kind of like shifted my focus off the WRX and would honestly kind of just like a GR Corolla right now. Um, like my idea in my head is a blackout GR Corolla, has the black rims and everything, aftermarket spoiler, um or aftermarket wing, however you want to call it. Maybe put some top rails on it. Um I'm not sure if I want it to be a manual or if I want it to be like an automatic, but I feel like in terms of like getting into like more like drivey type of cars, that's totally a phrase. The car people are gonna crucify me. Um, in terms of like more like drivey cars or like more cars that are more fun to drive, I feel like a Corolla, like a GR Corolla, is a pretty decent, entry point. Um, and part of the reason I thought about the GR Corolla is because it comes in automatic. Not that the WRX doesn't come in automatic as well, but I feel like the Corolla would be a nice way to just, get like a car that's fun to drive, but also not have to worry about driving manual. Although I probably really need to learn how to drive manual at some point because um I'm a little bit expecting that I'm gonna inherit my dad's Mazda Speed 6, which is not gonna be fun if I'm being honest. Like that thing has gone through so many clutches. It's like I'm not ready to deal with that car, but I'm probably gonna have to deal with it unless he trades it in for something, which he's not going to, or unless it breaks down completely, which it probably won't do. Knock on wood. I don't want the car to break down because that's literally like there's that car has about like twice the amount of money it was purchased for invested into the car. Uh Manual is a bitch if you're stuck in traffic or in the snow. Probably down to yeah. I forget how to cuz so my dad, did he replace the engine? Shit, did he? I think he's replaced the engine in the Speed 6 at least once. I'm really hoping it's just once. But I forget what it is about the engine and the clutch, but they just don't get along very well in the car, and the clutch has broken a number of times within like my very recent, or not very recent, but like within my like fairly kind of recent memory. Um like we've definitely had to bring it in a number of times to get the clutch fixed. Um and to be fair, I don't really know how my dad drives the car. I just know he drives it. Cuz again, I'm still like a baby in terms of like car stuff, so in terms of like how it's driven, up in the air, but I definitely know there's been a lot of work on that car and the engine does not work the best with the clutch. Um, it's really, that Speed 6 is a nightmare sometimes. Ugh. But yeah, let me. So we've been live for over 2 hours, like 2.5 hours now. Um, I will do another quick recap for anyone that's like just starting to tune in. Um, Sorry, I'm checking more phone notifications. Um, so stream is not dead. Well, obviously it's live right now, so of course it's not dead. But we are not gonna stop streaming. I do think we're still going to stay on hiatus. I would like to try and continue um to stream. Um Sorry, more phone notifications. So yeah, stream's not done. Like for the foreseeable future. I would like to continue my hiatus, focus on life things, get the job stuff sorted out. Hopefully get to, like actually have my own insurance and everything. Sort all of that out. Um, Not feel like a piece of shit or not feel like super awful about myself 24/7. And then hopefully as time progresses forward, I'll have that better headspace and then be able to continue streaming more in a positive way. Um that being said, for the foreseeable future and maybe for the rest of tonight. So, I do feel at least okay enough to do something. I could hop into Borderlands 4, attempt to do true UVHM 6 Bloomreaper, which I now know is a lot more possible, and I can approach in a much better mindset than I did last time we tried this. So I could do that while we tried it. While we, I can't talk. While we try to level up to level 60, because we're currently still at level 50. We could do that. We could hop into TCG Card Shop Simulator. We could either do the stream one, or I would be fine just like hopping into whatever save I have right now offline. That wouldn't be too bad. Or we could just, chillax for the rest of the night. Um Trying to think if I want to run a quick break while I'm not gonna lie, chat. So side tangent. Happy Nike Air Max Day. This on this day in what was it, 1986, the Nike Air Max 1 released to the public, and it changed sneakers forever, along with a number of other shoes. So every year pretty much Nike celebrates this release of, you know, the Air Max shoe. And other places celebrated too. They put out like releases and everything. Not the pump one. The pump one was different. That was at least like 5 or so years later. Or was no the pump was like first in 89. This is the one with the bubble in the sole, like the air bubble. But anyways, aftermarket platform Goat, which is very similar to eBay but more focused on like fashion and footwear. They're doing drops for famous Air Max 95, so the Air Max model from the 1995 and all its retros. And there's one more left for today. It opens in like 5 seconds. I'm going to go in, see how much it costs, and see if it's worth my time, because they don't actually tell me what the price is. If this is anything reasonable, what the fuck? This shit broken. Shit broken. I'm definitely not getting these, chat. No matter what the cost is, I think I'm just gonna miss the opportunity window if this doesn't load properly. Nope, loaded. Okay, no, it's $500. No, fuck no. Dude, it was so weird with this drop. So they listed out all the shoes, and they're like, oh, here's the retail price, and also here's the market estimate price. And I'm like, okay, I don't really want to be paying $200 for a pair of shoes, but I'll go into this drop. And some of the drops were like under the retail value, which is great. you know, I'm happy that they did that. I'm not happy that they conveyed it weird. But anyways, this last one, it was it's like some of the like the really sought after stuff, and they listed the retail price as 500. I'm like, 500 is crazy. I don't want to go for this, but I'm gonna attempt to. And I go into this drop hoping that it's not $500, and what is it? It's $500. Like, I don't care what the market estimate is. Your boy does not have 5 hundo to put towards this. Chat, what's wrong with me? Why do I keep spending absurd amounts of money on shoes? I haven't hit a $500 spend on shoes, but oh man. Don't ever get into sneakers. It is not worth it. Arguably. There are some good ones out there, but it's expensive. Okay. 86, no chance I had the OG ones. Yeah, 86 is quite a time ago. Although I will say, my personal collection, so I may or may not have a couple of pairs from my dad, because my dad obviously he had shoes back from then. When I first started shoes, or like collecting shoes in 2014, um I did nab a couple of pairs from my dad. One of them was the Air Jordan 10, the Shadows, which originally released in 1994, and it is the 1994 pair. Although I think he said he got them from 95. I don't remember exactly, but the shoe definitely released in 94. And then the other one is the Nike Zoom. Oh my god, it's the Flight 5. Very generic ass Nike name. Very well known to be worn by NBA athlete Jason Kidd, who if you know basketball, you probably know who Jason Kidd is. Hopefully. At least like 90s basketball. So I can't I was trying to look back at the tag on that shoe to see what year it was produced. And I don't know if this is the original pair from 97 or if it's the 2008 retro, because I obviously nabbed this shoe from my dad much later than 2008. Um but seeing as I was not alive in the 90s, I do have the, like, there are ways to acquire them, but yeah, if you're talking about like in the moment having the ones from 86 and not having to buy them aftermarket, probably not. Um but yeah, the pump shoes, depending on which brand you're talking, because I know Nike did its first pump shoe in 89. It was the Air Pressure, which is a freaking insane shoe. Do I still have my Chrome tab open? You guys got to check this shit out. The Air Pressure. Like, literally a space boot. Oh, dude, here, yeah. This might be the retro, but this is still, um, this is still exactly what I'm talking about. So this was Nike's first pump shoe. Um, for those that don't know, the pump is here in the back in this like little kind of cutout. Like literally like a super, like, this is like a 6 or 8 inch like cut boot essentially, and it came in this big ass plastic box. Um, like I said, I think this is specifically the retro that released in like 2015. But this is such a crazy shoe. And let me see if I can pull up a picture of the air bladder in the back. I know it's off to the side, so this is a crumbled one, but you have this little like nipple back here. Yes, I chose that word intentionally. Um, and you would take the pump and like push it into the nipple and like squeeze the exterior pump, and it would push air into the shoe, which would then fill up around your ankle and give you more like ankle support, which is not how ankle support works. Um, and then a couple years later, we would get the Nike Air Command Force, which is a shoe I actually own. Not the original, but I own a pair of the retros. So instead of the pump being like external, it's this giant like bulge on the side of the ankle. So you press this an X number of times and it fills up an air bladder around the ankle, which is supposed to give you more ankle support. And then if you want to let the air out, it's this little knob back here. This is the pair I have, by the way. This is, oh, dude, I love this shoe. I was gonna say the other one, like the other pump shoe that was, I gotta spell it right. The other pump shoe that was really popular. Well, there's a few. Reebok was the other brand that did all the pump shoes. Which I do have. Let's see, we'll get that. Because there was the Omnizone, there were the Shaq pumps, there were some of the running pump shoes. Twilight Zones were really cool, but honestly, Omnizone 2 is a little bit more in line. Yeah, this one will do. Yeah, so this was the Reebok pump shoe. Oh no, I don't need this color. I need the ones that D Brown wore. Where the fuck are those? Why did I not grab that image? Okay, that's technically the wrong one. This. I mean, I have both the white and black colors, but this one was the one that D Brown wore in the dunk contest, where he pumped up the shoes every time he dunked. I was not a witness to this moment, as I was not alive, but I know this shoe. The other way you might know this shoe, which I found out from someone that worked at a sneaker store. John Cena wore this specific Omnizone 2 with the black laces and everything. And the one guy was telling me like, "Oh yeah, I remember John Cena wearing these." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know John Cena wore these." I mean, I don't know where John Cena ever is because I can't see him and whatever. But yeah, Shaq was the other Reebok pump shoe. This was 93. The Omnizone was 91. I think the Shaq Attack was 92 or 93. And then the other significant one was the what is this called? The Insta Pump Fury from Reebok. So what's really cool about some of these pump shoes is you can kind of see like there are like these ridges around the cage here. So when you pump up the shoe from the pump, you can actually see the air bladder fill up around the shoe and like conform to your foot better. It's such a crazy shoe. Is it that comfortable? The retro wasn't, but it was super cool. I will say, the Shaquille O'Neal ones and the D Browns, the Omnizones, like when you pump up the pumps on these, because the pump is in the tongue, like the air bladder's in the tongue. When you pump it up, you feel it actually like conforming around your foot in a way, or just like putting pressure on the top of your foot. And I think if you look at the tongue system versus the ankle collar, I think the tongue system is so much better than the ankle collar, because the ankle collar just chokes your ankle out. The tongue system, wow, I'm mixing up my tabs. The tongue system, it actually, like, you know, puts pressure on a part of your foot so it fits, like the shoe fits a little bit better. Like, it will remove the dead space um that actually exists within a shoe if you, like, say, go up a half a size for width purposes. So this is a more practical use of the pump system. But I don't remember off the top of my head which brand did the pump first. I want to say it was Reebok with the original OmniZone. Um, but it also could have been Nike. I, like, genuinely don't remember off the top of my head. Sorry, sneaker rant. That's what I get for, I literally, like, brought that on you guys myself because I talked about sneakers and I gave a whole dissertation. Anyways, I think we take on Borderlands. Make sure that switches categories. Yep. Also, lo-fi music, thank you for supporting me. I am going to change to something else. Something a little bit more energetic. That I also hope doesn't blow out the eardrums of Twitch chat. Let's go here. Shuffle. Oh, that's a little loud. There we go. Yeah, that's a fine enough shuffle, probably. Probably. Turn off autoplay. Loop playlist. All right. You're still in Borderlands 4. Main capture. I have everything. All right. Let's do something a little fun and not cheese talking about more serious, sort of depressing life stuff. And we're gonna launch said stream. Or said game. What am I talking about? But yeah, so the game or the music is kind of loud, because I know that intro is always loud. Yeah. I will double check once we get in a little bit more. I need to pull it down in OBS. I do apologize if game is loud going forward. I will try to adjust it as best as I can. So, before we get into this, quick overview. As my game starts to drop frames, because it does that. Last time we streamed Borderlands 4, we were taking on the biggest boss in the game on the hardest difficulty on 4-player scaling, which is quite possibly the hardest challenge we've had to do. It also appears that I don't have backpack space. What the Oh my god. What the fuck happened to this game? I mean, I know exactly what happened, but this is not good. Oh, that almost could have ended so poorly. I like looked up at this number and it said 55 out of 16, which is my backpack space, meaning I couldn't carry all the stuff I already had on me. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So last time we took on Bloomreaper, the hardest boss in the game, supposedly, on the hardest difficulty, with the 4-player scaling that makes it even harder. It was not good, and it was very stressful because I knew I could accomplish it. I just needed a better setup, and I have since almost gotten said perfect setup. So I'll explain this the way I did in my offline recording of this. I'll break down the build and then we'll go head over to Bloomreaper and everything. So the Dark Beast is my first weapon that I use. This gun pierces enemies. It explodes when it does so. This I use for Bloomreaper's crystal phase to start off, so it blows up the crystals really fast or more efficiently. This specific one has secondary fire consumes shotgun ammo instead of normal SMG ammo, which is insane because you basically turn your SMG into a shotgun. And then you just eat through the rest of your ammo. So this is nice. I like this. And then it also has a part that ricochets bullets to nearby enemies, which is nice. So that's my start weapon. And then my other weapon of choice is the complex root. This gun shoots out diverging projectiles within its path, meaning a lot of bullet to hit big ass enemy. And it does hit very hard. It does a lot of DPS, and this is usually what I'm taking down Bloomreaper with. What makes the rest of this build work is the fact that this has Atlas tracker darts. So I can tag my boss with a dart, and all of the bullets, well, sort of all of the bullets, the projectiles kind of go different ways, the spawning ones. But all the starting bullets will make it their way to the boss without me needing to aim super hard, which is very nice. And then we mix that with so we have triple bypass to more as a utility thing because we can use it to get our actions go back. I can explain that later or whatever. It does also give us an amp shot, meaning the next shot that we take after hitting a rep kit, like a healing kit, will give us an extra 200% damage, which is really nice. We have a crit knife, so when we tag an enemy with this, like we throw it at an enemy, they take an extra 30%, or they have a 30% extra chance to land critical hits for 5 seconds, which is nice. It's kind of necessary. We have the Teen Witch. I did improve this one from the last time I did this because it can now roll +5 into Grave Thirst. So I have a better version of this. Watts for Dinner, which gives us extra 25% shock damage when we have Overshield. This one also has Siphon to give us extra Overshield. It also has Amp, which gives us an extra 100% gun damage. So we're stacking damage pretty much. And then this is the piece that I was looking for like 3 months or something, and I could not find it. But I finally found it with the last like Borderlands event, where like all the legendaries were dropping all over the place. I think I can also. I think music is fine actually. So anyways, Atlas enhancement. So I had one of these before. I think it was this one. So I was using Sure Shot that would automatically apply a tracker every 25 seconds. And then when I had a tracker applied, I would do an extra 30% damage, which is a lot. 30% damage on top of whatever damage you're doing is a lot. And this was good. However, what I found is that while I was doing the fight on the hardest difficulty on the 4-player scaling, is that during the fight, I would notice my damage go down tremendously. And I'm like, why am I losing damage? Am I losing it because of my shield going down? Am I not throwing enough crit knives? And it's because I'm not using my tracker darts enough. Like this 25%, or this, not 25%, this 25-second, tracker dart is nice for just like not needing to think about applying a tracker dart, which you have to like switch gun firing modes to apply. But I felt it was not like the automatic apply was not working for me, and I didn't want to have to switch back and forth. So I got rid of Sure Shot. I found this one here. So this is tracker antenna. So if I use a tracker or a target lock, I gain an extra 40% fire rate, which is always nice. And then it also has trauma bond on there for the extra 30% damage. This one also rolled with an extra 25% gun damage and gun splash, or extra 25% gun splash damage, which is really more for the Dark Beast, but whatever. And then you're probably wondering, geez, the tracker darts wear off, don't they? Yes, they do. They typically do. So it's a nice balance thing, because you wouldn't have your 30% damage and 40% fire rate all the time, because you'd have to reapply a tracker dart every so often, which is what was nice about Sure Shot. However, I have 3 out of 3 Atlas Infinitum with my setup here. So I get an increased, or a 12% increase in fire rate with my target lock active. So I'm hitting like an extra 50% fire rate total, but over that. I also get an extra 15% damage on guns that have the Atlas parts, so my complex route. And I also, because I have 3 out of 3, my target locks don't go away, which is what I needed for like 2 months ago. I needed this. So now all I have to do is tag Bloomreaper once, and that stays as long as I don't switch off the complex route. Meaning I will always have that. I will always have that 52% extra fire rate because the target lock is active, and I will also have that extra 30% damage while the target lock is active. Actually, it's not even 30%. It's 45. Because you have, actually, it's not even 45. So I get 30% from the target lock being active. I get 15% for having Atlas on my gun in general. And then I also get extra 25% from the passive. So what is that? Sorry, I'm doing quick math. That's an extra 70% damage. Chat, that is an extra 70% damage on the complex route. This is what's going to carry us. In terms of the build, this is pretty much the same build that we were running before. So 5 into Grave Sight, 5 into Grave Implements, 5 into Fiendish Invigoration. We forgot the 2 into Guns and Needles, 3 into Grave Power, 5 into Target Pre-Science. This is very important because you want to be hitting as many critical hits as you can. 5 points into Drink Full, we grab Witchy Trigger Finger. 5 points into Mortal Terror, grab Vibe Check. 5 points into Ars Arcana, which is Cheesemango's covering. 5 points into Essence Leech, which Cheesemango is also covering, which gives you Lifesteal. And then you get Blood is Power, 3 out of 3, which you get bonus damage based off of Lifesteal. And then you put 1 point into Grave Sustenance to maintain your action skill. And then you also have the 5 points from our class mod into Grave Thirst, which gives you more lifesteal. The other thing that works with this build are the specializations. Bullet Train, so you can hip fire and sprint, and you gain gun damage the faster you move. If you played Zane, you know how that goes. Riddle you this, so when you deal gun damage, you get a stack, which increases your gun damage. You also have Best Defense, so what you gain increased damage dealt based on the fullness of your shield or health, whichever is higher, and ideally one of those is going to be full, right? With Vex. And then the last one now with caffeine. So whenever you activate your rep kit, you get action skill cooldown, which is why we use the triple bypass. Because you can... The triple bypass has 3 charges. So you poke yourself 3 times, you get your action skill back. You don't have to wait 40 seconds. Sorry, that was a lot of explaining, but what we're going to do is we're going to first travel to Bloomreaper. It would help if I actually, started moving there. Also, Treaders, welcome on and hope you're doing well. Thank you for checking in. If you would like the explanation of how Cheese has been doing and why Cheese has been on hiatus, I will get to it eventually. Again. Or you can watch the VoD. But again, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for checking in. But anyways, we're gonna just navigate our way to laggy Cheese Mango Land. Because this game is not properly optimized ever. Although we have not dropped a lot of frames. We've only dropped 2 frames due to rendering lag and encoding lag. We have, unfortunately, dropped 75 frames due to the stream output. But that's neither here nor there. The frame rate on Cheese Mango is just abysmal playing Borderlands 4. But yeah, chat, the goal here first is to get to Bloomreaper without sustaining too much damage, which doesn't even matter. Like, we're just gonna, ignore everyone. But then the goal today is to use this setup to get an on-stream recording of me taking down Bloomreaper on the hardest difficulty. So that way I don't have to post my clip of it with a bunch of DMCA music that I recorded offline. And also so I can have the satisfaction of knowing I can do it on stream. Even though we have ads in 3 minutes. Suso, welcome on in. Did I miss the hiatus explanation? Yes. Just a little bit. Okay, guys, give me like 1 run on Bloomreaper, and then I will quick hash it out. I want to like lock in for this. Ammo full. I don't need item of the day. That's the wrong menu. Okay. UVHM 6. True mode is going on. This is 4-player scaling, chat. Toss this into shotgun mode. Make sure I have my tracker dart ready. This is my backup. What's it called? This doesn't really matter. Saw it in note, but my phone was with my homie. I got you. No worries. There is always a VoD. And there's always a not cheese wedge to explain it all. After we take care of this giant flower that will kill me. Okay, that was good. That was good. Good dodge. Die. I'm out of ammo. Okay. Kind of wacky phase. We have ads in a minute. Fuck. Mods, can I get a snooze on that, please?
Count backwards from 10.
Oh my god.
Marvelous.
Huge news. Awesome. I can't wait to hear. No, Bloomreaper, why did you do that?
Chaos in your space!
No, we missed it, chat. Oh, we were almost there. Where the fuck did Bloomreaper go? I think if we did crystals a little faster, we would have had it.
Respectable.
Oh, dude. That was a good first try, though. Oh, dude, my blood's pumping right now. Holy shit, bro. Oh, do I not have shotgun anymore? I have, like, nothing on me. Okay, there we go. Mobile keeps kicking me out of mod view. Damn. L mod view. Oh, yeah, I'm getting X... Am I getting XP right now? Well, I have 4,000 XP, so hopefully it doesn't... Oh, chat, are we going... Chat, we might be going into ads. Oh, no, this is bad. I didn't get a chance to hit the snooze. I don't know how to snooze ads. No! God damn it! Oh, well, I guess I'll see you guys when you get back from ads. No big deal. Okay, don't need that. Ads, are you gonna start, or am I gonna, like, start up there? There they go. Ads? They started, right? Yeah. There we go. Sorry. God, this kind of sucks. Okay, I'm gonna, like... I'm gonna sit here for 2 minutes. And just, like, zone out. Or I could also read Suso's DM to me. Because I sent him something. Okay, I read it. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Anyways, if you guys did find yourselves in... why am I about to go through my... If you enjoyed, drop a follow. I guess you can drop a follow if you're not stuck in ads. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like if you want to see more content, yes, drop a follow. Go over to the YouTube as well. Or if you're at the YouTube, come over to Twitch. Join the Discord, follow on all the socials, yada yada. You know the drill. Hopefully. I will say that we might not be streaming again for a hot minute. So if you did enjoy the stream, I'm very sorry if I don't ever get to see you again until like a month from now. We'll have to see how things go. But I have to wait until my chat gets back so I can explain the whole some of the weirdest ads I've seen. Did you get a Subaru ad? I've been getting Subaru ads every time I watch Twitch. Fucking sucks, bro. Like, Subaru already has me as a customer. Like, I don't need this shit. So Suso, I'm assuming you're out of ads? Or are you just commenting on the ads that you have seen so far? It's tough to discern because Suso sent a message, but has also not responded to any of my claims. So Suso could be still stuck in ads. Now I'm getting ads for slime. Okay. Suso is still in ads. Chat, how did I go from being, like, borderline very sad about streaming and life to, like, manic? I'm kind of concerned for myself. Okay, chat, are we out of ads? Ads are done? Okay. Okay. Suso, what is your news first? What is your news that you have to say while we wait for others to get out of ads because sometimes the timing is off? I will wait patiently. For the VoD frogs, I am dancing to the music. Come in the middle of May. Why are we coming in the middle of May? That poor woman. Anyways, be a homeowner? Hell yeah. In this economy is crazy. Congratulations. I'm very proud of you. I did not mean to go into another Bloomreaper run without explaining the hiatus explanation. But I want to do another run. Oh, I didn't hit that properly. This is a bad crystal phase. Okay, that made up for it. Shit.
Catch this!
Like, bro, genuinely, like, being a homeowner in this economy is kind of crazy. Like,
Enough talking.
oh, I didn't throw a crit knife. Need another one of these. Ah.
Enough.
Yeah, that was kind of abysmal. Uh-oh. Wait a moment, Private, I got you. Take your time. I'm just gonna be here playing Borderlands. Oh shit! Oh! Where the fuck is my boss, bro? What the fuck? Bloomreaper, where the fuck did you go? Bro.
We're through.
I don't care that we didn't get platinum on that. That was a crazy run. Insane recovery. Oh. Pro clutched up last minute. Yeah, dude, I was about to fall into the fucking void. Like an idiot. Oh my god. I was not locked in for that. I was too distracted by the fact that Suso is going to fucking own a home. That's like genuinely so insane. Like, congrats, dude. Like, I only like wish I could be anywhere close to you, like where you are. Not like location wise, but just like in terms of like life. Cause like, first off, housing prices insane right now. Like mortgage rates, blah blah blah. Housing availability is not good. So to find something for a price that you are okay with is you know, definitely a big thing. So like I said, congrats. I'm only a little bit jealous because, you know, the process is going to be awful as well. But yeah, anyways, for those of you who have just come in or who have, you know, kind of been lurking around and missed the hiatus explanation. So I did go on hiatus like towards end of February. I was not feeling so great about a lot of things. It was a lot of like game burnout. So Date Everything was a really big contributor to that. No offense to the game. But I lost a lot of interest playing the game. I felt really overwhelmed with some of the quest lines where I didn't feel super comfortable continuing on, but I had this obligation to continue streaming Date Everything, and that just kind of killed me. Borderlands 4 was also, ironically that we're playing it now, Borderlands 4 was also a big contributor just because like nothing was happening like until end of February and now end of March. Like we literally got an update today and I'm not even playing it because I don't own the DLC. But Borderlands 4 was not really doing much for me either. And then, excuse me, TCG Card Shop Sim was just a better offline game personally. In terms of like IRL, I felt like a lot was getting taken out of me in terms of work, which is probably an understatement compared to, or not an understatement, an overstatement compared to like what you guys go through it on a daily basis. But I felt work was taking more out of me than I thought was it should. Um, and then on top of that, I guess I can call her my coworker. Because I explained I'm a caretaker for someone with developmental disability. So and I'm I'm a secondary caretaker, like a backup, and the primary caretaker got a full-time job and has been occupied with that. So I've had to step in and pick up her shifts basically, which nothing against the primary caretaker. Fantastic person. I wish nothing but the best for her. And she is, working to kind of redo her schedule so that way she can spend time with the client because she does genuinely care about him. But until then, until like something else can be like worked out, I'm pretty much doing most of the like I'm instead of working just like Monday and like Wednesday evenings every other week, I'm doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And on top of that, I just interviewed for a new position myself. So I will hopefully hear back tomorrow, if not sometime this weekend, to see if I actually get this new position. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, all that good luck stuff. Prayers for cheese and everything. So I have that going on. I've also felt like a piece of shit. Been really depressed, really stressed out and everything. I really just needed to reel back from stream. On top of the fact that every time I thought about streaming, I was like, fuck no, I don't want to do that. And things have been slowly getting better. Slowly. And a lot of the times where I feel like I take one step forward, I also get shoved 5 steps backwards sometimes, especially mentally. So the future of stream, as I may or may not have already said a million times in this section of the VoD. So I would like to continue doing stream. Absolutely. Like I would very much like to eventually, stream the Borderlands 4 DLC that just came out when I eventually buy it. And I would like to kind of, continue to do more content like that or play other games. I just need to find the spark again for streaming after I focus on work and I bring myself into a better headspace to where I can lock the fuck in and not be a depressed piece of shit. Not that being depressed makes you a piece of shit, but I just feel awful while also feeling depressed. But yeah, also thank you for the hydrate. I kind of needed that. But yeah, the way I explained it, my priority is work. So whenever I hear back from this company about my new position, hopefully I'm kind of hoping I can work out a schedule with both this new position and my old caregiver position, because I'm not giving up that caregiver position. I'm still technically a good backup. And I can make it work. Hopefully. I'm really hoping so. But I'll have that and then new schedule. So I'll focus on that, getting that ironed out. And then what I'm hoping is that in doing so, I find purpose in life again and a reason to get out of bed in the morning. And with that positivity, then go back to work on myself and prioritizing myself, making sure I crush old bad habits, keep better health and everything, keep better mental health as well. And then from there, we look at trying to incorporate stream again. Just within like the literal timing of the schedule and also just the overall attitudes towards it. I hope that was enough of an explanation for you guys that missed out on it. Otherwise, the VoD should be live by the end of the day tomorrow, I'm hoping. So you guys can go back and listen to some of the more details of it, for you guys that like to listen to podcasts and shit. But yeah, right now we're trying to have a little fun and trying to also, push some of the limits of Borderlands. So we are fighting Bloomreaper, the current raid boss of Borderlands 4, and we are trying to fight him on max difficulty.
Nope.
With 4-player scaling. Meaning he's very hard to kill and has a lot of health. And everything else wants to kill me. Oh my god, I overshot that so bad.
Bang. Scream.
Oh my god. Oh my god, chat, we did it. That's the platinum finish. Oh! And now I'm gonna get assaulted by flying flower things. And it only gave me a class mod. Wonderful. Okay, we can stop playing Borderlands 4 for the time being. Oh, dude, that's actually crazy. Where's this other class mod that I left behind? But yeah, so again, what I found my issue was with this kill before is that with the old enhancement, Sure Shot was not applying trackers quickly enough. Like, the 25 seconds is quite a bit of time. So if I spent too long on a single, like, phase of Bloomreaper where, the tracker would expire, I wouldn't be able to apply a new tracker fast enough. And I would lose out on my 30% damage. Now, not only do we get the extra benefit of, grabbing another, Atlas enhancement perk. So we could also have Protractor, which gives us a 50% chance to not consume ammo while target lock is active, which is very nice because I run out of ammo. Actually, no, I don't. What am I talking about? I don't run out of sniper ammo. I run out of shotgun ammo. But this is a nice touch as well. But yeah, the big thing is the Atlas Infinitum, where you don't lose your target locks, and then you always have that 30% damage on top of all the other damage buffs that you have. Super sick. I'll have to like stitch the VoD together if I want to do like a highlight the build and everything, because I explained it earlier in the stream. But fuck yeah, we did it, man. We actually did it. We did a true UVHM 6 Bloomreaper. And it still didn't give me a legendary enhancement out of... Oh, this isn't too bad. Still didn't get anything good out of that chest. Suso sent something, and I did not read it yet. Oh! That's a cash class mod that I don't think I have this guy yet. Because I didn't pay for the DLC yet. I will go ahead and stash that. Oh, I do actually need that. So yeah, that's... I'm never playing true UVHM 6 ever again. Because I've done what I need to. I've proven myself to the Borderlands community, even though I borrowed Lazy Data's build. Shout out my goat. Anyways, let me hop over here and hopefully not lag too much. Going to get out of here. Suso fucking hates me. Suso was like, "Oh man, she's downplayed my buying a house by saying how awful Cheese's life is. Now I'm gonna leave." But no, I kid. Suso, thank you very much for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Congratulations once again on eventually being a homeowner. And I hope to catch you again soon. My DMs are definitely open to you, not in that way, but definitely feel free to say hi or send me memes. As for the rest of you, if you whippersnappers think you can just go ahead and DM me, you can not do that. You can just go to the Discord instead and not ping me in my own server. You can send your memes there. Okay, chat. The other thing I forgot to mention about like streaming and everything, I kind of want to get rid of my Discord. Not in like a I sort of want to like rework it so it's a little bit more functional and a little bit better. I feel like it needs like a facelift at least. And I don't think I should get rid of it fully because it is a really nice utility to have. But I kind of just want to rework Discord. If I'm being real, I just think it needs work. I don't want to say like I'm unhappy with it. But it just something needs to change there. But if you want to stay up to date with the stream, I send all of the updates there and in full detail. That's a giant ass Pokemon above me. Anyone want a Whale Lord? Poke Catch Ultra Ball. But yeah, you can find me on Discord. We have a great community that lurks around for most of the time. You can send me memes, talk about games, yada yada, ask me about Borderlands stuff. I'm also on Twitter, Blue Sky Threads, if you want updates there. Although I haven't really been posting anywhere. I haven't even been posting on Twitter. My stream Twitter, that is. I've mostly just been keeping to myself during my hiatus. And if you want to check out some clips from previous streams, you can go check out the Instagram, or you can go to the YouTube channel where you can watch most of the 2025 VODs and a couple of the 2024 VODs and the 2026 VODs. I know that was out of order, but you can watch the VODs there, uncut and everything. I was going to make a joke, but that's just kind of weird. Okay. Chat. What do we do now? What do we do now? We kind of did everything in Borderlands. Oh, well, I do need to... Okay, first. True mode off. Fuck that. Chat, what the fuck do we do? Like, I've kind of done everything, no? That's Q, not tab. So most of this gear will be okay going forward. We have been getting XP. It's just nothing really in terms of actual XP gain. So do I want to just run around Kairos grabbing contracts? Is that even like... I broke my map. Is that even something I want to do? Because like that's really the only way we're going to level up is if we go do like vial bounties. Because that's really the only thing we can do is, well, not just grab vial bounties, but that's the only thing we can do is just level up to level 60 and see where we can put our points. Okay, there are no vial bounties there. Next hub town. Great start to my vial bounty hunt. Oh my god. Hey, vial bounty.
Evil spreads like the roots of a tree, my friend. Cut this beast out before it can corrupt others.
Kill Bonk. Well, shit, bro. With a name like that, why
Over
wouldn't
here, we have a demon to hunt. Well, I say we. More you.
Yeah, not right now, Calder. I have not paid for the DLC. What kind of fuck-assery is this line, bro?
Heads are hurt.
Anyways, chat, you know how I said like I'm kind of bad
You'll be
at,
dead
you
before
know,
you know it.
spending money and everything. Like I spend it on like some fuck ass shit like sneakers. You want to know what else I acquired?
This'll hurt.
Man, I bought the Overwatch near Wakanda bundle. So I have 2B Kiriko, which is honestly an okay skin. Like it's not bad. I do think it could be better. Well, I've heard it can be better. But I got that, and I also have I have the Vendetta skin. I'm very well. Actually, I'm kind of disappointed with the Vendetta skin. I wanted a Vendetta skin in Overwatch because I played Vendetta when I joined Hollow for one of their sessions, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna play Vendetta," and I loved it. I also hit play of the game, so you know, maybe I'm kind of biased. But I wanted a skin for Vendetta.
One of these vile creatures really
And I also didn't want to miss out on 2B Kiriko.
The Outbounders will be in your debt. Again.
I don't think I need that. Where am I going? Okay, that way. But yeah, I may or may not have spent like $60 on Overwatch.
Hold together.
Although I will say, maybe it's a little bit of copium. But I feel like Overwatch's like more recent changes and additions have been, you know, really nice. I've been very much impressed with their updates and how the game has changed or improved. Particularly with like the new heroes, I feel like they added a really nice dynamic to everything. Like you guys get what I'm saying? I'm not saying like Overwatch is back necessarily, especially for this channel. I would kind of like it to be back though. I do in a way miss Overwatch in some capacity. I think I more miss hanging out with friends like Hollow. Which is very reasonable.
Wolf Hunter, I have a vile creature
okay.
to deal with. Shouldn't be too difficult. Just be sure to hold your nose with the more, you know, disgusting bits.
But yeah, I miss doing game sessions with Hollow. Kind of no matter what game. It did happen to be Overwatch. I think it was just the easiest to coordinate. Although if you want to see more content with Hollow and I, not like, don't get any weird ideas. We did, not terribly long ago, but we did a session of Yap Yap
Going to end this way.
with myself, Hollow, and some of their friends, which is always great. I love hanging out with them. But yeah, I have honestly considered if I wanted to like even stream Overwatch again. I have been considering if I want to even hop on in general. Especially like when I watch like a Hollow stream. Like sometimes I think about hopping on, but also Hollow streams at like 1 in the morning for me. Which if I'm trying to, you know, improve my sleep schedule,
Load him up and let him
not gonna lie, bestie, it's kind of difficult. Kind of difficult to make those times. And then kind of on top of that, so this is sort of how I wanted to segue off of the Nier Automata bundle. So one of the other people I need to hop back into a game session with is Panchilla. Mainly for Rivals. Not that I want to play Rivals. I feel like Rivals is almost worse than Overwatch right now.
Creatures the lictor unleashed on us, and putting a leash on it doesn't help. I've tried.
But I wanna get more game sessions in with my friends, because I miss my friends and everything. What the fuck? Let's take it up there. What the fuck? It wanted me to go up that giant ass mountain. Just to go over here. Cranberger. Ow, you fucking hurt, bro. Hey, specialization level. Wrong thing to level. But yeah, I did kind of think if I wanted to do like a Marvel Rivals session at some point, even if it's just over on Panchilla's stream. I was considering on maybe streaming when Jen does those streams as well to like get my perspective on things. I just don't think those streams are going to be interesting, at least from my perspective. Like, I'm not saying I'm not like a funny guy during Rivals, but I also feel like, you know, being stressed out about a match is not necessarily entertaining.
We have a demon to hunt. Well, I say we. More you.
I don't know. If you guys can convince me otherwise to play Marvel Rivals on stream. Actually, correction. Jen almost tried to do that. So, I woke up, what, yesterday morning? To, a DM from... Or, not a DM. I got pinged in Jen's Discord server. And she's like, hey, Cheese, look at this new magic skin. Because, if you guys don't know, I like playing magic in Marvel Rivals. And it was... Dude, do I want to pull this up? Hang on. Which Discord server am I going to? God. Dude, Cheese Mango is so fucking laggy right now. This is what I got pinged on. I don't want to call this goon slop because I feel like that's just disrespectful. But chat, this is fucking... I woke up to goon slop the other day. Like, and right after I buy the Nier Automata Overwatch bundle. Like, I bought the whole fucking bundle. And now I have magic. And I'm still kind of debating if I even want this skin. Because if I'm being real, I need to Google it, sorry. Hang on. My Chrome is magic rivals. Oh fuck, what the... This is the skin. Holy fuck, I can't believe I remembered that off the top of my head. Full body shot? Okay, that's fine. So this is the skin I currently use. And I really like a lot. I like the vibes. But you compare it to this. I mean, I guess they're both kind of barely covered up, debatably. One's disco themed, the other is Y2K themed. I also kind of like this sword better. But, like, I have this skin. I'm very content with this skin. I don't know if I need another, like, swimsuit level magic skin. Like, you know what I'm saying, chat? Like, I understand, you know... Oh, sorry, that's the... I could just have... Yeah. Like, I understand the joy of having this new magic skin. But let's be real. You need one skin to goon to. And that's it. If you do your gooning right, one will suffice. You don't necessarily need new material. Okay, we did not get another Vile bounty here. But yeah, I did think about if I wanted to stream Marvel Rivals or not. I also did think if I wanted to buy that magic skin or not. And no, I am not using my action skill point right now. I would honestly kind of like to get all 10. Although... Maybe I should look at, like, what I should put it into. Well, I know what I'm doing my specialization point into. That's simple. So this tree's kind of maxed, or this is like maxed out. I feel like we don't really need anything in green tree. I feel like the best setup for this is to work down to Grave Fiends, and that's also going off of lazy data notes. So we could do Sanguine Fiends, but then we would only have enough points for Sanguine Fiends and Grave Assault, which would be nice, and then that gives us the pathway down to Grave Fiends. But I think the issue is we took points from one of our other trees. There's definitely 5 points that shouldn't be in target pre-science that we put into target pre-science. That could be over here in blue tree. So I think the next best thing is to grab these and then work our way down to Grave Fiends for the next level cap. Which is this is my issue with what's it called? Honestly, it's kind of weird that we got a level 60 level cap versus like a level 61. Like how it was in Borderlands 2. I don't remember if they did it with pre-sequel, and then Borderlands 3. Speaking of, I feel like Borderlands 4... Someone had compared Borderlands 4 to the pre-sequel in terms of how it was serviced. And my fear is that Borderlands 4 could end up being another pre-sequel because it's not really being well received and it's not really being well serviced as a result. Or, you know, in and around or however intertwined. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But maybe Borderlands 4 gets the level, like a max level of 70 with the max UVHM being 7, and then they stop there. Like maybe they only do 2 DLCs because it's not worth servicing the game anymore because of like lower sales. You know, I'm putting a point there. That's been there.
Oh, what a mighty Vault Hunter!
Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't want to live in a world where Lictor trains.
I don't even know what I'm saying. What am I talking about?
We need to rid Kairos of them before that can happen. Start with this one.
Also, chat, I definitely have to end stream soon because I have to pee. And I don't necessarily want to be on for like another hour or so. Like, it wouldn't be bad if we stayed on for another hour in terms of like general enjoyability. But at the same time, like, bro, I gotta pee. Ow! Holy fuck, bro. Like, never mind, they're all dead.
I'm unstoppable.
Okay. So yeah, I think if we can hit another level, like by the time ads run, maybe we'll let ads run. Like we'll go past the 4-hour mark. We'll let the ads run, and then I'll end the stream. I'm also kind of worried because I'm also kind of enjoying streaming again, which is not good in the sense because I wanted to keep my time to myself.
Over here.
But it is good that, you know, I'm looking at stream more positively. Am I gonna make this? I honestly didn't know if I was gonna make that. By the way, I do think it's a very big issue. Like, I know we're only level 51, but the fact that level 51 and, like, almost to level 52, like, halfway to level 52, is still really easy. Like, these are vile enemies. These are, like, the extra badasses of Borderlands 4. And this current setup that we have is chewing through them like marshmallows. Which is probably a bad analogy, but you know what I mean. It's very easy to take down these vile enemies. Maybe it's because the convergence is really good. That's very much a thing. But also, maybe it's because the rest of the game is fucking weak as shit. And maybe it needs a meta shift. Maybe we need some new gear or a nerf or something. Like, can we take our meta builds and, I don't know, fuck them up a little bit? Like, can I have a reason to even continue playing, like, the game? Like, I get why meta builds exist, but
I hate to see what vile lictors
I feel like we're missing the point of, like, an RPG in the sense that we have the meta builds. Like, the point of these games is to take the crazy amount of skill points that you have and make something cool and unique.
I'm officially
like,
inspired.
Yeah, you want it to be practical, but you also want to have fun with it, no?
One down, who knows how many more to go. But don't let it beat you down. Focus on the positive.
No, I'm going up.
You're doing good work, and you know me.
Like, I feel like Borderlands 4 does kind of suffer from build diversity. Like, we have so many options to choose from in terms of, like routes for skills. In terms of, like, this, like, the existence of said skills.
Vile. We cannot let this one
but my question is, why, if we have so many skills, like, we have, within each skill, or skill tree, I'm not gonna make that again. Within each skill tree, you, like, halfway down, you have 3 different options, or 3 different paths to go, along with the already existing 2 pathways per option. Like, there's a lot of different things you can do with the skill trees in this game, at least conceptually. The only reason it doesn't happen is because those skills are subpar. Like, we got, quote, buffs to Blue Tree Harlow, and it's still subpar. It make no sense, chat. Like, 4K how fix? And I say that rhetorically. You know how fix. Down. It's also kind of funny. I was thinking the other night about my boy Tony, like the Tony, who some of you may have seen in chat. I know Tony doesn't show up as often as, you know, some of you other regulars. But Tony and I were talking one night when I was in his stream, and I was playing Borderlands at the time. And I was also kind of expressing my frustrations with Borderlands because, you know, who doesn't right now? And Tony had made the comment, the very reasonable comment of, don't play games that you don't enjoy playing. Which is like, duh, why don't you? And I think about that a lot. in terms of like my return to Borderlands 4. Because I was really not happy. I mean, I'm hoping I become happier with this DLC that just came out.
But I'm better.
But the other night I was playing, I think it's probably TCG Card Shop Simulator, and I thought back to what Tony said of just, you know, play games you enjoy, and God fucking damn it, do I enjoy TCG Card Shop Simulator. I got a lot more out of playing that game in its mindless tasks than I did out of playing Borderlands 4. Although, again, I am hopeful that with this new update, the fact that we have the level cap increase, although the level cap increase is a little disappointing right now. Like, a level 6 or a level cap to 61 would give us 11 more skill points. So if we look at it like within the Vex skill tree, you get all of Sanguine Fiends. Like, you max out Sanguine Fiends, which gets you full, like, down to Grave Assault. You can max out Grave Assault, and then you can put 1 point into Grave Fiends, which maybe that's not really that much, but you have the pathway, and you actually get Grave Fiends, as opposed to 5 points here, 5 points here, and nothing more.
Dealing with a particularly vile creature. I'm counting on you, love.
Like, you get what I'm saying?
Over here, we have a demon to hunt. Well, I say we, more you.
But yeah, I thought about what Tony had said while I was playing TCG Card Shop Simulator. And I'm like, I really enjoy TCG Card Shop Simulator. And it's mouthful of a title. Because you can't just say TCG. Or you can't just say, like, Shop Sim.
That feeling!
Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's too generic.
Another day, another
I'm
vile
getting
creature
sucked in.
vanquished. All
That's
thanks
cool.
to you. Here's your reward.
But yeah, TCG Card Shop Simulator was so much more enjoyable than Borderlands 4. Until Borderlands 4 did that loot event that lasted all of 2 hours. Like, I don't understand what it is with Borderlands, because they literally commented, like, they added this to their own post about the event, and they were talking about, like, you know, like I said, they commented how the loot event that they had introduced the other week was a little too intense, and there were too many legendaries dropping, and they put in parentheses of their comments. Sorry, I'm trying to pokey catch this for it. For it, my beloved. But yeah, so Borderlands literally had put in their tweet, like, Borderlands 3 nostalgia ? Referencing the Schluter relic that they had released, for... Am I going the wrong way?
Do what needs to be done, all right?
I'm going the wrong way. But yeah, so I think it was 2021. Gearbox released a vault card pack that gave us this legendary artifact known as the Schluter. And it would increase your legendary drop chance. Like your drop chance for gold drops. Significantly. And I was like, yo, this is fucking sick. I'm gonna get it and then use it. And I got it in Borderlands 3. And I used it during Slaughter Shaft. And I kid you not, like, every fucking enemy that I killed dropped like 5 legendaries. It was fantastic. And this was on stream too. There's some clip of pre-patch Schluter, if it's not deleted. But I literally had a clip pre-patch Schluter that I took after the fact because I got raided during that stream and I was like, yo, we're testing out the new Schluter artifact, and I go and do a run and it doesn't drop me a lot of gear, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right, that changed. Meaning that literally mid-stream, Gearbox nerfed the Schluter, which was hilarious. Like, I literally, like, I wish I clipped the moment where I realized that the Schluter got nerfed. Because, like, I was explaining to, like, the people raiding and, like, hey, we're testing out this new artifact that's supposed to increase your legendary drop chance and everything. And it, you know, I then go to do a kill and it drops me, like, 1 legendary, and that's it. Which is honestly just normal Borderlands 3. If you know, you know.
Oh yeah.
But I don't understand what it is with Gearbox, at least in recent years, and, you know, like, trying to decrease the absurdity of legendary drop rates. Like, people like when a lot of legendaries drop. And I know that's partially a lie, because, you know, there are people who complain, like, legendaries should be legendaries and everything. Rah, make rarity systems actually rare, blah, blah, blah. And, like, I agree with that to an extent, but with games like Borderlands 4, particularly Borderlands 4, I will call them out on it. They have this very complex part system, along with having a lot of different legendaries. So, if you go to, say, oh man, who the fuck is the fireworm that drops the Dark Beast? Where the fuck is this goober? It's this. Oh, holy shit! Where the fuck? Oh. Veraxis. If you go to Veraxis and you farm a Dark Beast, you will get a Dark Beast, like, eventually. But it might not be, quote, the Dark Beast or the God Roll. And it's much more of an intense system than it was, say, in, like, Borderlands 2, where, like, you would go for a perfect conference call with the matching grip and practicable prefix, and if you cared about it enough, you got your favorable stock on the gun with your favorable sight. You know, that's I feel like those two are a little bit more kind of whatever. But like, when you farm in Borderlands 4, yes, you're looking for 2 parts alike, like that. I think we gotta restart the game, or refresh. But like, you're looking for, like, dataless rolls. You're looking for Ripper mags. You're looking for Jacob's Ricochet and everything. You're looking for all these different things. And what I feel like Gearbox forgets, and what the community forgets, is that ads are starting in a minute. No. What I feel like they forget is that when you do a shit ton of world drops, like, yes, you increase the amount of legendaries that appear in the world, but not all of those legendaries are desirable. And yes, you do ruin the, you know, the value of legendaries, like, money-wise or rarity-wise. But you kind of already did that by making the legendary itself, like, less valuable with, you know, a certain roll of parts. Because, like, you take Borderlands 2, and a conference call is a conference call. Like, it can have shit parts on it, but it's still a conference call.
Over here, we have
like, you know what I mean?
Someone do something illegal.
Well, I say.
Like, people are going to still use a conference call. Whereas, like, say in Borderlands 4, if you don't get, like, a ceramic bod with the Torg stickies and everything, people aren't gonna use it. Which, partially a lie, but whatever. I definitely feel like...
Hell yeah!
When you drop a ton of legendaries, there are people who will look at all... Damn, this game just got really green. There are people who are going to be looking at this plethora of legendaries and basically seeing, you know, like green rarity or blue rarity stuff in terms of like the actual like value of what they're getting. Because you know, the legendaries that are dropping, it's all random world drops. So like when you sift through the loot, it's like and you're getting rolls that don't really matter, even if it is random. Like there's still that aspect to it. And I feel like if you're complaining about legendaries being too common, potentially you are missing the
I've tried. Only thing left is to, you know,
the idea that god rolls exist within legendaries, and there are sometimes only certain versions of legendaries that you want. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
If only you had a soul to suffer.
Holy shit. Okay, it's another level up. Cool.
maybe not
What?
for him, but for us, absolutely.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, sure. Take it. Take a rainbow vomit. Oh, shit. I'm gonna die. Yeah, need to tag something. Need those dots actually getting my health back up. Also, I feel like if you think about the excessive legendary spawns, like if you're going for gear that way, I feel like you're kind of, I don't want to say like not playing Borderlands right, but like the intention is like if you want, I'm going to use a Borderlands 2 example. If you want an unkempt herald, you need to go farm savagely, because that's the drop source for the unkempt herald. Like, you shouldn't be going anywhere else for an unkempt herald. Like, that's the intention. And if you wanted, like, I'm about to get redundant here. Like, your purpose is to go to the farm location, or like to the drop source, and you know, work at that source for the gear. But when you go around just, you know, killing random enemies, hoping for something to just drop spontaneously, I feel like that's it's of course a different approach, but it's almost like a different attitude. Like, I don't necessarily see, like, if you're worried about, you know, your legendaries being legendary, then go farm the actual drop source. I mean, it's an event. You don't even have to participate in it. Like, or it's a Schluter. Like, the Schluter relic was something, like, I felt that was a really good balance because you could get more legendaries to drop at the cost of you lose any other effect on your artifact or whatever for your build. So like when I ran my Zane with a Schluter, I didn't have an Icebreaker Snowdrift. Or was it a Snowdrift? Whatever artifact I used in Borderlands 3. I didn't have whatever special effect that was, or whatever bonuses that came with. And I didn't have I remember what the relic was. It was like it gave you health on kill. I don't remember exactly, you know, what it was called. But like I would use an Icebreaker, I would switch to a Snowdrift every now and then. Although I think I ran Icebreaker more. But the point is, like, with the Schluter, if you want more legendaries to drop, if you want to increase that chance, you can toss it on. You just lose out on any other special effects that your artifact could provide you by using a different one that's more meta. And that's okay. I feel like that's perfectly balanced. What's kind of weird is if you use the Schluter and it doesn't drop you crazy legendaries. Like, I honestly would almost, like, advocate for something like a Schluter, where it's like a piece of gear that increases your legendary drop chance, like world drop legendary drop chance. And it could even, like, have some negative thing. Like, you do 5% less damage. It could be 5%, which is, I don't know. Some people are going to argue that's too much, or not enough. But, like, if the Schluter decrease your damage by 5%, like your overall damage output by 5%, in trade-off for getting more legendaries to drop, I think that's fine. And it could be some, like, absurd legendary rate. You just lose out on a big chunk of damage, which I think is fine. And then it's an option to use that. So if you want to keep your legendaries legendary, you can just not use the fucking Schluter. Or if it's an event, you can turn the event off. Well, you would hope you can turn the event off. Or you can just not play the event. Like, go outside, touch grass or something. Something along those lines. I don't see the purpose necessarily in taking a temporary event and saying, hey, this is doing too much, we're going to decrease it. Like, your event's only lasting for a week, bro. Like, this loot event that was in Borderlands 4, it lasted for like 2 hours, really. And everyone shut up about it after they nerfed it. But, like, in theory, it would have lasted for like a week or so, maybe a little bit less. And then, people would have all their legendaries, they'd have their god rolls and everything. And then literally the next week, level cap increase. So whatever god rolls you got, like, say you got like a perfect bod, that bod would almost be like, invalidated because you can now go chase a level 60 bod instead of a level 50. So it's like, it is like a slap in the face, but like, motherfucker, if you're gonna increase the level cap and have us go farm even more after this event, you might as well make the legendary drop rates last through the entirety of the event properly. So that way us Borderlands fans can have fun, while the event is live. I don't know, bro. That was a long rant. I kind of lost my train of thought. My phone is also about to die, and I still have to pee. And we're done with ads. So I do think I'm going to. I know it's a short Borderlands session, but I think we're gonna quit out. I still have disco magic on my screen. Like, I close the game and this is the first thing I see. God damn it. Someone remind me to yell at Panchilla for that. Not that she's at any fault for me pulling it up on stream. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for today's stream. I really do appreciate everyone who stopped by. Even if you guys were stuck in emote only yap jail. I really do appreciate all of you guys coming by. All of you who have been checking in on me, helping me to like reassure myself and everything. Remind me that I'm still a person worth, keeping around. I know I know every now and then it's kind of hard for me to see that. Just with how I am, I try not to let my ego get too out of control, so I like nerf myself. But I do really appreciate all you guys that, say kind things. It really does matter, and it does make a difference. I do promise you that. And I've been able to see that difference recently, which I'm very happy about. That means I'm, making progress and everything. Okay, can we not listen to Tragic right now? I love Tragic, but wrong vibe. Also this music is kind of loud. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. I really do appreciate it, like I said. If you did find yourselves enjoying, you can feel free to check out the socials. It's probably going to be the best way to stay up to date with the stream when the stream actually, comes back and everything. All that jazz. And yeah, if you want to like, hang out with me offline, Discord is probably the better place. If you want to see any previous streams, you can go check out some clips on Instagram. You can also check out all the previous streams on the VoD channel, the YouTube. Highly recommend that. Especially if you're just coming in to this stream and you have no idea what's going on. Am I actually ending stream or of course I'm ending stream right now, but like, am I gonna stop streaming like forever? You can go find out on the VoD channel, because it'll be live tomorrow, but you should probably go watch the VoD. I'm just my personal recommendation. All right. So, why did I pull this to the other screen? I wanted to should probably do this. So, I think I have a rate. I was considering not rating out for this to keep it more like somber and closed, but I met a streamer. Well, credit to Emi Akina for rating me over to this VTuber. And I haven't been able to catch a lot of their streams recently, just because of the life thing and everything. So I'm considering rating over to them. I feel like I should. Just because, new friend and everything. And they're really cool. They're currently playing Cooking Companions. However, they have it listed as the appetizer edition. And I genuinely don't know what the difference is. Well, it seems like it might be the same game. So, if you haven't seen Cooking Companions, spoilers. Big spoilers. They're about like, I don't want to say like halfway through the game. They're like a third of the way through the game. At least the main game. Cooking Companions is a fantastic game. I wish I could play it more. But if you would like to join in for the raid, if you'd like to check out this game and this awesome streamer, feel free to grab one of the raid messages. You can grab that first one, which is for everyone. Or you can, if you're Chris or maybe anyone else who's subscribed, you can feel free to grab the second one there. Use the subscriber emotes that unfortunately not a lot of people take advantage of. And we are going to raid you guys over to Lumishiro. I might have butchered that name. Hopefully they will give me a pronunciation later. Like I said, they're streaming cooking companions with is this Bijan? I did not pronounce that right. Oh, I love that Corinne face. Or Karen, however it is. But yeah, we're gonna go right over there. I almost typed their name in the slash command. I'm gonna raid over to them, show them some love, give them a little bit more formal of a not cheese wedge introduction, because they did follow me. I don't know why, but they did follow me. I feel like I haven't gotten a chance to like introduce myself properly, but we can go right over to them. It's been a while since we've consumed some cooking companions content. But yeah, let me make sure this gets set up properly. Awesome. But yeah, that'll be all for me tonight. Unfortunately, I don't know when the next stream will be. I don't want to say it'll be next Thursday for more Borderlands content, because I genuinely don't know when I'm picking up DLC and when it will be worth playing Borderlands again. So please stay up to date in the Discord, or just feel free to turn on your Twitch notifications. Watch the socials, because I will, if I do go live, I will post over there. We are kind of running out of time on this raid timer, so stay fresh, cheese bags, raid message again, and I will hopefully catch you all again soon. Bye. Thank you so much for stopping by. Bye. Bye. Where's my volume control? Bye. Bye. Wah! This new raid setup is weird. It's giving me the 10-minute or the 10-second countdown now. What is going on? Just raid already. Ah!